This is Global Tel-Link. Three-way calling is prohibited. All inmate telephone calls are recorded. I have a prepaid call from
Mike Dunn,
an inmate at Duval County Jail. Your account balance is $27.85. If you wish to accept this prepaid call, dial 0 and thank you.
Hello?
Hey, honey.
Hope you don't mind I called you back.
No, I'm glad you did.
So being in a room by myself kind of sucks, but I guess it'd be better than being in a room with them animals.
Well, they probably wouldn't think too highly about what's going on, and so it is best, but I can only imagine. But your mom said she was sending you a book.
Yep.
And I don't know how she's going about this.
I was thinking about this today, and I was like, I'm the victim here. I'm the fucking victim here. I was the one that was being preyed upon, and I fought back.
Right.
And I'm like, so it's my fault because I asked them to turn their radio down.
Right.
It's like I got attacked, and I fought back because I didn't want to be a victim, and now I'm in trouble.
Yeah.
I refuse to be a victim, and now I'm incarcerated. Somehow insulted these boys by asking them to turn the radio down, and for that they were going to kill me. I mean, it's absurd that they would do that, but, they're violent.
Well, honey, I don't think we should talk about it anymore.
I mean, I don't know how else to put it. Like, they attacked me. I'm the victim. I'm the victor, but I was the victim, too.
In the late Friday afternoon of November 23, 2012, a young couple were getting married at the Winterbourne Inn, an impressive wedding venue situated along the St. Johns River. They held hands and recited vows in near silence as 50 guests looked on toward the scenic ceremony. One of those guests, sitting in the front row, was 45-year-old software developer Michael Dunn, the father of the groom. Sitting next to him was his girlfriend of 4 years and fiancé of 6 months, 45-year-old nurse Rhonda Rower.
Raise your right hand, please. The clerk's going to administer the oath to you. Right hand. There you go. Just relax. It's okay. Relax.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Miss Rower, do you know someone by the name of Michael Dunn?
Yes, I do.
How long have you known Mr. Dunn for?
About 4 years.
Miss Rower, what is your relationship to Mr. Dunn?
He's my fiancé.
Why did you and the defendant come up to Jacksonville on Thursday night for the Friday wedding?
Because we have a puppy named Charlie, and because you usually can't check into hotels until like 3 or 4, and with the wedding being at 4, we didn't think we'd have time to get settled.
They had just drove 2 hours from their shared home in Brevard County, and their 7-month-old French bulldog named Charlie was waiting for them at a hotel roughly 15 miles from the venue.
And did you have anything to drink during the reception?
I had a glass of red wine, and then I had about 2 to 3 rum and cokes.
And do you know whether or not the defendant had anything to drink?
He had rum and coke as well.
Do you know how many drinks he had?
He maybe had 3 or 4.
They stayed for just over 3 hours at the reception, then reportedly had to leave early to go back to the hotel and take the puppy for a walk. They were staying at the Sheridan Hotel on Deerwood Park Boulevard, but as they were driving back, decided to pull into the Gate gas station on Bay Meadows Road at the last minute.
What was the reason for stopping at the gas station?
To get a bottle of wine.
And whose idea was it, Miss Rower?
Mine.
Just before they got to the gas station, the car in front of them had the same idea and pulled in just before they did. The occupant of that vehicle would be known as Witness 7.
When you pulled up, was there an open spot to the right of the red Dodge Durango?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Tell these jurors why you didn't pull into that empty spot next to the sidewalk.
Heard the loud music. Didn't want to deal with it.
The Dodge Durango in question belonged to 18-year-old Tommy Storns, who at the time was inside the store buying cigarettes, while his three friends, Leyland Brunson, Jordan Davis, and Tevin Thompson, remained in the car.
At some point while the three of you are waiting for Tommy Storns to come back, did a car pull into the parking space on the passenger side of the Dodge Durango?
Yes, sir.
And is that the side that you were sitting on?
Yes, sir.
Driving that car was Michael Dunn, who uttered something to his fiancée before she went inside.
Did the defendant say anything about the music when he parked the car next to the red car?
Yes.
And what did the defendant say?
Oh, I hate that thug music.
And what was your response to the defendant?
I said, yes, I know.
What happened, Ms. Rauer, after the defendant parked the car?
I gave him a kiss. I took $20 and I went into the store.
Mr. Thompson, while the three of you were waiting for Tommy Storns, did the defendant say anything to you or in your direction?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
She said, can you turn the music down? I can't hear myself think.
And what did you do when he said, turn the music down?
I turned the music down.
When you turned the music down, did either Leland Brunson or Jordan Davis say anything to you?
Yes, sir.
Who spoke?
Jordan.
And what did Jordan Davis say?
Turn the music back up.
And what did you do when you got back to the Durango?
I opened the door, I danced a little bit to the song that was playing, I got in the car.
Did you see or hear the driver say anything to Jordan Davis after Tommy Storns got back in the Durango?
Yes.
What was that?
Are you talking to me?
And how could you hear that?
Tevin turned the music down.
When?
When Tommy got back in to let him know what happened.
Did Jordan Davis say anything back to the driver when the driver said, are you talking to me?
Yes.
What did he say?
Yeah, I'm talking to you.
Please tell the jurors what happened next.
I heard someone yell, or someone say something very loud.
And what did you hear that person say?
No, you're not going to talk to me that way.
What did you see the driver of the other car do when Jordan Davis said, yeah, I'm talking to you?
He reached into his glove compartment.
It was a big silver chrome, either 9mm or a 45. It was a large caliber.
You recognize that?
Yes, sir.
Does that appear to be the gun that you saw in the defendant's hand?
Yes, sir.
And what did the driver do with the gun when he grabbed it from the glove compartment?
He was holding it and cocked it back.
As you were walking to the register, did you hear anything unusual?
Yes.
What did you hear?
I heard pop, pop, pop.
Within 3 minutes of Michael Dunn pulling into the gas station, he fired a total of 10 shots into the vehicle next to him. The first 3 shots came through the back passenger side door, at which moment Tommy Storns hit reverse and backed up at full speed. The 4th shot missed, while shots 5, 6, and 7 came through the front passenger side door. The SUV then did a J-turn, at which point Michael Dunn got out of his car, took aim at the retreating vehicle, and fired 3 more shots into the back. The amount of time that passed from the first volley of gunfire to the second was exactly 4 seconds. Tommy Storns' quick thinking most likely saved multiple lives, as he took the car out of the shooter's line of fire midway through the first volley. Unfortunately, however, it wasn't enough to save everyone, as Jordan Davis had already been struck 3 times. He was hit in the leg, lungs, and heart, causing him to bleed to death in under 45 seconds. He was 17 years old. Roughly 20 seconds after the gunfire ceased, Rhonda realized it was her fiancé that had fired the shots, at which point she went outside to see what was going on.
And so I opened the door, and he said, get in the car. And I don't know if I said what, or if I said anything, or if I just hesitated. And he said, get in the car. But he was, he just had that sound in his voice, of urgency. Yeah. And so I got in the car.
You get in the car, he pulls out to leave. What's the conversation like in the car?
Well, I asked him, what happened?
Right.
That's what I said. I said, what happened? And he said, I shot at the car. And I'm like, we're moving at this time.
Right.
And I said, what car? And he said, the one with the music. And I said, why? And he said, because they threatened to kill me. And I'm like, I don't understand, Michael, and I don't remember the exact words that he used, but it was like that they started to advance, and I reacted.
Okay, they started to advance and I reacted. Okay.
And then I asked him, I said, did you hurt anyone? And he said, no, I just shot at the car. And you know, in my head, should I be telling you what I was thinking?
Yeah, I think
okay.
you've already told us.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, you just tell me.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in my head I'm thinking, you know, you stupid ass, you know,
Right.
what were you thinking? Why, you know, would you do this? But I could see that he was already upset, and I didn't want to add to that.
Right.
So I kept those thoughts to myself, and I figured I'd just tell him in the morning.
Okay.
And
is this all in the car? Or
yes.
Okay, this is all in the car.
And then by then we were back at the hotel.
Okay.
Michael then walks the dog, orders a pizza, and pours himself a stiff rum and coke before they both go to sleep. There was almost no conversation between them the entire night.
Just kind of walk me through kind of how the morning plays out.
Okay. So I got up, and I start getting dressed, and the news is on. And and I see the red SUV. Now, mind you, I had no idea what kind of vehicle they were in, but I knew it was red. And so I see the red SUV being towed, and all I hear are shooting, convenience store, loud music, and then I don't know if they said a person was dead or just one dead, or and I said Mike, and I turned around and he was standing in the doorway of the bathroom, and he said, yes, I saw. And then I said, we need to go home.
Okay, so you get your car and drive home.
Yes.
Do you stop at all coming home?
No.
Okay, so you drive straight to the house.
Straight
okay.
to the house.
What's kind of how does that all play out?
He just kept telling me that he loved me.
The whole drive down?
Yeah.
Were you guys really talking about it at all?
No, we were listening to the radio, and then he would, you know, turn it down and just say, you know, I love you, and I know, you know,
okay.
But I'm dumbfounded.
Right. It's okay. Take your time. Take a minute.
And it was just it was a horrible trip home.
Right.
And so no, I didn't want to hear anything. And you know, so I was just get us home.
Right.
Get us home.
Okay.
And then when I walked back in the house is when I got the call from you.
Witnesses at the scene of the shooting took down Michael's number plate, and police were able to track him down at his home in Brevard County. He was brought back to the JSO Police Department without incident, and immediately subjected to interrogation. It began at exactly 4 p.m., 22 hours after the shooting.
If you do answer questions, you have the right to stop answering questions at any time and consult with a lawyer, okay? You understand those rights?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You can just sign where it says signature, and by signing there, you're just acknowledging that I went over your rights with you and that you do understand your rights. Obviously, I just kind of want to talk to you about what occurred last night.
It's important to contemplate what the suspect is most likely thinking at this moment, as well as the character he is now trying to play. He wants to come across as the victim, who had no other choice but to take the action he did the night before, and needs to appear as rational, reasonable, and as considerate as possible. He knows that someone has died due to a situation that he initiated, and now needs to bend not only the facts, but also the perceptions of others.
So just kind of walk me through, just tell me from your point of view, what you guys pull up, you're driving, it's your car, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you're driving?
Yes, sir.
Okay, it's a Volkswagen, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, she's sitting in the passenger seat, no one else in the car with you, correct?
Correct.
Okay, just kind of walk me through kind of what happened at that point.
Well, I'm embarrassed to say this, but got out, she's in the store, and there's like a SUV next to us, and then the music starts. And I rolled down my window, and I thought I was polite. I asked them nicely. I didn't demand. I didn't. Or else I said, hey, would you guys mind turning that down? And they shut it off. I was like, thank you. Cordial. Right. Everything's cordial. I put my window back up. I'm doing my stuff. And don't know how many kids are in that, but the windows are down for the back seat. The windows are up for the front seat.
Okay.
And the guy that was in the back is getting really agitated. And my window's up. I can't hear everything he's saying, but, you know, there's a lot of fuck him and fuck that and fuck that bitch. And then the music comes back on. And, you know, I'm just like, live and let live, and you know, don't need any trouble.
The detectives will entertain his standpoint for the time being. They will remain as neutral as possible as he recounts his own narrative. This is because they need him to divulge as much information as possible while he remains without counsel. The more detail he gives away, the more they will have to evaluate and possibly use against him at a later stage. They will almost appear to be agreeing with everything he says, which is for the purpose of encouraging disclosure. If they were to challenge him this early, it would more than likely prevent him from opening up.
And I don't know if they're singing or what, but it's like they're saying, kill him. So I put my window down again, and I said, excuse me, are you talking about me? And it was like, kill that bitch. And you know, I'm still not reacting, but then this guy like goes down on the ground and comes up with something. I thought it was a shotgun, and he goes, "You're dead, bitch!" And he opens his door, and I'm shitting bricks. But that's when I reached in my glove box, unholstered my pistol. I mean, I practiced this. I'm at the Fort Malabar Rifle and Pistol Range. I'm an avid. You know, gun guy and all that. No military training or anything, but I have friends who are in the military that show me the
proper way.
Yes, and so quicker than a flash, I had a round chambered in it, and I shot. That's when I reached in my glove box, unholstered my pistol. Quicker than a flash, I had a round chambered in it.
The prosecution would later argue that if the suspect was so traumatized both during and after the incident, as he stated multiple times, he wouldn't feel the need to add dramatic pauses while recounting the event, nor add complimentary remarks to his gun handling skills. It's almost as if he can't help but boast about the shooting, despite being so allegedly horrified and shaken up by it.
Do you remember how many times you shot?
4.
Okay, just keep walking me through kind of
All
what you
right,
remember.
Well, I shot 4 times, and that SUV pulled out, and like I said, in my mind, they got a gun, and so, you know, not training, just from, I was still scared, and so I shot 4 more times as they were fleeing.
As they were fleeing?
Yeah, trying to keep their heads down to not catch any return fire.
Okay. All right, and then
and that was it. I mean, I still didn't feel safe. I thought, you know, there was another car. I didn't know. I mean, I'm in a strange town in a strange area. I just had my life threatened. The love of my life is in the store, and she doesn't know what's going on. She come outside to see what was up, and I was just like, get in the car, we have to go. I just didn't feel safe there. In fact, we had plans, in fact, a fairly expensive bed and breakfast paid for in St. Augustine.
More unnecessary detail that someone distraught by a recent event wouldn't feel the need to clarify. If he genuinely thought he was as close to being killed as he stated, or if he was at all upset about the fate of the young man he had just shot dead, the fact that he missed out on a fairly expensive bed and breakfast would most likely be overlooked.
And, you know, after what happened last night, and we were like, we have to go home and call the local sheriff and tell him what's up.
Well, where'd you go after
we went right to our room.
You went right to the hotel?
Yeah.
Okay.
Didn't leave. We were just like
in the hotel room?
bricks waiting for another carload of thugs to come. I mean, I'd never been so scared in my life.
These exact statements were brought up when his fiancée Rhonda was interviewed 4 days later.
Michael said something in the interview that was kind of, he made a comment that you guys went back to the room and he was basically waiting on some thugs with guns to come to the room at any given time. When you guys got back to the hotel, did he take the gun out of the glove box and take it up to the room with you guys?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so you left it in the car.
I do believe so.
Okay. And then you go to the room and he gets the dog and goes outside and walks the dog.
So he's so comfortable that even he'll go back outside and walk again without the gun with the dog.
I would have to assume so, yes.
Okay. And you guys just stayed in the hotel room at that point? Did you go anywhere else?
No, we ordered out.
Ordered
pizza.
Pizza.
The investigators have secured their baseline narrative from the suspect and will now slowly ramp up the pressure. They will begin to destabilize his thought process by inducing anxiety and then set traps for him to incriminate himself further. They essentially need him to panic, and as he panics, they will pose more calculated questions. However, they have to do this in a subtle and methodical manner, as if they push it too far, they could scare him into shutting down completely, or even into requesting legal counsel and ending the interrogation right then and there.
I know you're in a strange town, and you have this traumatic event happen to you, and I can understand that. Okay. The problem, I can tell you, where we start to kind of get a little wondering is by the time you say you get to your hotel room, you're calling to order pizza. Why aren't you calling us?
I wanted to come back to my hometown to do that. You know, I shouldn't even left the scene. But I left the scene because I was still afraid for.
Okay, and I can live with that. Okay, I can live with that. You don't necessarily want to hang around right where the shooting happened because you don't know if these guys are coming back. I'm good with that.
Or if there are more.
You know, but once you leave and you are away from that scene, and you've even gotten to a hotel room and inside your hotel room at that point. You know, now it doesn't. Now makes me wonder. You know, because if you make a phone call, one, we find out, you know, a lot quicker what's going on. Okay. The reason he and I haven't been to sleep since sometime yesterday is because we're trying to figure out. All we know is we got a dead kid in a car. Okay. And we got a guy who shot and hauled ass. That's all we know. I mean, I'm just. That's where we start to get a little concerned. It starts to be, you know, and you know, we can speak that I personally have had a case with an individual who was moving to Jacksonville, first day in Jacksonville, and got involved in an incident and felt threatened and shot another person and was in their car, and he drove across the street to another parking lot and got on the phone with 911 immediately and started walking police into where he was. You know, that's the way I mean...
I have nothing to say other than that.
So other problems that we have too. When you began to shoot, can you honestly tell us that you ever saw a gun inside that vehicle?
I saw a barrel come up on the window.
He has now gone from saying that he saw a shotgun to now seeing a barrel come up on the window, and his emphasis while giving the statement was weak and unconvincing. If he had spoken with an attorney, his response to this question would have been that he without a doubt saw a shotgun, and his conviction to the claim would have been immensely forceful. It would make it far easier for his defense to create reasonable doubt within the jury, which the suspect has now made extremely difficult, and continues on to make it even more so.
Like a single shot shotgun where there's a barrel. I didn't see this part of the barrel, I saw that part of the barrel. And it was either a barrel or a stick, but sir, they're like, we're gonna kill you. And then they say, you're dead, bitch. I mean, I didn't wait to look to see if they were gonna point it at me. He reached down and picked it up.
And you say who reached down and picked it up?
Well, hopefully it's the guy that I hit. Though it was.
Where was he sitting when he reached
He
down?
was sitting in the rear passenger side. And that's the guy that was really agitated. And then that's the guy that I asked, are you talking about you're going to kill me? Like I said, I didn't know what, my window is up. He was saying a lot, but that's what came through. And I put my window down to ask him.
And the music is still playing at this time? And
Yes, but he is really loud and really animated.
Louder than the music that's bothering you?
Yes, well, the music was a nuisance at first. With my car shut and the windows up, and you just hear the heavy bass. And like I said, I just said, hey, would you mind turning it down? And they did. They shut it off, which, I said thanks. But it really wasn't an issue of loud music. It was an issue of them threatening my life.
But it started from me.
Absolutely, and that's when I started telling you guys
was
I'm
playing
embarrassed.
when you pulled up?
No, it was not.
It was not.
So you guys pull in, okay? Now, when he pulls in next to the red SUV, is that correct?
That's correct.
It was already there,
Yes.
correct, okay. And was the music playing?
Yes.
Okay, the music's playing.
Like we said, there's some issues that we have. I'll be the first to tell you there's no weapons in the car.
Put yourself in the suspect's position and imagine everything you had said up to this moment was truthful. You had just shot and killed a person, yet fully believed it was either your life or theirs, a legitimate and justifiable act of self-defense. Now imagine the outright shock and dismay you would feel at the very moment you realized that wasn't the case.
I don't know what you saw.
That's possible. When they drove off, they dumped it.
They never left the parking lot.
They circled around until they saw you leave, and then they drove right back. Because they saw you leave at that point.
So you leave and they realized their friend had been hit. So they never left the parking lot.
They came right back at that point.
Okay. Well, I don't know what to tell you.
It's evident that he's unremorseful over the consequences of his conduct, yet also appears to be totally unaware of the magnitude of his own situation. He's far too relaxed, and the detectives ramp up the pressure once more.
Here's what has to happen. I know that from your position right now that you're going to do everything to protect yourself. And I can't say that I blame you for that. But we're going to need the total truth as to what happened. Not this story that I've had from 7:30 last night till 12 o'clock today to fix up. Okay, because the only thing that's going to make sense to us is the truth matching the scene. And there was the biggest problem we got, the first hurdle we got to get over is that there is no weapon in that truck.
Do you have a stick?
There was nothing found in or near the car that resembled a stick nor a weapon. The suspect is now trying to forge a narrative that his actions were justified due to his perception of a threat, regardless of if there was one or not.
Well, the second problem we have is that the last set of rounds when the truck is backing away from you, and you put 4 more sets in it, 4 more shots into it. That's an issue. Because now if it's backing away, it's no longer a threat.
Yes, sir. I understand that. In my mind, they had a weapon.
Okay. I can't shoot someone because in my mind they had a weapon. Okay. That's the problem. I mean, if I walked up to someone right now and I'm having a confrontation with them and I think they have a weapon, the law doesn't allow me to shoot him because I think he has a weapon.
Let me ask you this: when you pulled your gun out? Say you're sitting in your driver's seat like that, straight ahead. How did you shoot? You shoot one-handed? You shoot two-handed?
Two-handed, like
two-handed, like this. You come across your body. Okay, and you shoot the first. What you said, 4 shots is what you remember. And then they start backing out. Do you continue to shoot through the window, or do you reposition yourself?
I don't recall, but I do remember getting out of my car and taking getting sideways, and I was like waiting for the wink, or
But once again,
all this is...
Okay. Once again, if you think they have something, think they have a shotgun.
They have a shotgun.
You think they have a shotgun. Are you going to get out of your car so they can get a good aim on you? Make any sense?
Well, at the time, I was doing everything on adrenaline and no...
But I'm just saying, we're trained to, if we think something is there, to get out of the way.
To get out of the way.
Cover or concealment. So you're telling me that you thought they had a shotgun, but you got out of your car so they would get a good aim at you, is what you're telling me.
Well, I thought maybe they would shoot at the car and I wouldn't be in it. But
so the car, your car's not shooting at them. You are. Why would they shoot at your car?
Shadow, they can't. So, honestly, sir, I'm at a loss to justify what I did on the second volley, other than to say I thought they were going to be shooting back, and I was keeping them from doing that. And I was in such a panic.
So you get the gun, rack it, and then reassess?
No, I didn't reassess. I
so you went, grabbed gun, rack, came up.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you see him start to come out of the door of the truck. At that point, you turn to get your gun. Is that correct? You take it out of your glove box. You unholster it. You rack around, and you come back up on target.
Yes, sir. Fluid motion.
Okay. In the amount of time he's starting to get out of the truck when you first start to go get your, but yet by the time you come back and start shooting, he's still in the truck.
He's coming out. I think he saw what I was doing when it was running back in. I don't know. But
see, that's where I'm a little thrown off here. Okay, because he is sitting in the back seat of that truck when he is hit. Okay. Because the bullet goes right through the door. 3 bullets went through that door. Okay, he wasn't hit standing outside the truck.
Oh no, I know I shot through the door.
Okay, so
driving him back.
How's he getting out of the door if you're shooting through it? You're confusing us.
All right. When the latch is coming off the door, that's when I went to do what I was doing with the gun. And when I came back, I'm firing.
When the latch is coming off the door?
No, when I got my gun out of the...
When you said earlier about when you see the latch, what do you mean by the latch coming?
Well, the door's opening and he's stepping out.
Okay, so and he's stepping out.
Yes, and then
And you go and reach, but by the time you come back and come up just blazing, somehow he's still sitting in the truck.
Well, maybe I'm not as fast with the whole thing as I think I am, but it was...
Or maybe he wasn't getting out of the truck.
No, absolutely he was.
This was refuted by forensics. The victim never got out of the truck, and the door was shut at the time the suspect opened fire. This was proven by correlating the angles of the bullets that came through the door, alongside the entry and exit wounds to the victim.
You're saying you feel like you have a threat that this guy's got a shotgun in your view. Okay, so you think he's getting out of the car. Okay, so you turn to get yours. If he's unarmed, which he is, why is he going to be...
I don't know, maybe
now
he thinks I'm unarmed. The sad fact of it is he's telling me he's going to kill me. You're dead, bitch.
Because you asked him to turn the radio down?
See, that's the part where I don't understand.
And you know what? And I'll tell you...
They were getting really agitated.
I understand it because, believe me, we deal with guys who you ask them to turn their radio down, they would get out of the car and shoot you. We deal with those kind of dudes all the time.
Here's what I could almost bet you a year of my salary on. When you got into a confrontation with those guys, a man of your stature, if there was a gun in that truck, they would have shot you. They wouldn't have had to get out. They would have shot right through. They would have shot from the truck just like you were shooting from your car. People don't get out of the car to be seen when they're shooting someone. They're going to shoot you right inside that truck.
All right. He's getting out of his car. We're this close to each other. He was getting out of his car after repeatedly telling me that he was going to kill me. So thought, you know, is he going to bite my ear off or shoot me with a shotgun? I wasn't too concerned about how he intended to do it.
If you thought he had a shotgun, you most likely would be concerned with how he intended to do it. You would be likely more concerned with being shot with a shotgun as opposed to having your ear bitten off.
Now, and I'll tell you this, we talked to the other guys in the car, and they will all tell us he didn't like the fact that some stranger's telling him to turn his music down. He's 17, he's a teenager, okay? You know how teenagers are. They're a little hard-headed sometimes, especially when they're out on their own. And did he throw some F-bombs at you, basically tell you to go fuck yourself multiple times? Absolutely. They said, yep, he was jaw-jacking back and forth with that guy. But at no time did any of them say, well, okay, he did say he was going to kill him. Because it makes no sense, because what's he going to do? He's not armed. What's he going to, oh, I'm going to kill you and get out of a car. And we're talking about a kid. You know how many times that kid's been to jail? Never. He has no history of violence, and it's not like we're getting some street thug.
All this kid has is a truancy in school.
We're not talking about a violent kid here. He has no track record. There are guys in Jacksonville who I'd go, okay, I believe that, because they got track records. This kid ain't got no track record. The kid sitting next to him doesn't have a track record. The kid sitting in front of him doesn't have a track record. None of them do. These aren't violent guys. They pull up so the driver can run in and buy cigarettes. It's the only reason they're even there. They just got back from going to the mall. That's it. So I have a hard time buying how I can totally see him talking shit to you. I can see that. But to take it to a level that he's threatening to end your life when he can't. There's no way he can. He doesn't have anything.
I didn't know that.
I know.
That's all the reason that you're not knowing that is all the reason why you took your next step too far.
Yeah, the problem is you went from 0 to 100 without ever getting to 50.
I have a guy very irate saying he wants me dead. Well, if the other guys aren't corroborating, I'm sorry, but that's
and understand too, there's people in the parking lot that can hear what's going on too.
Not one of them. We have what's called independent witnesses.
Yeah, not associated.
I understand. I wasn't sure that I heard him right. That's why are you? Is this directed towards me? You're going to kill me?
And that happens to be an exact quote of, "Are you talking to me?" That was an exact quote. Guys with the truck said. He said something to the effect of, "Are you talking to me?"
Yeah.
So that's dead on. Yeah, he was talking to you. He's basically telling you to go fuck yourself, and I'm going to turn the music back up.
Yeah. No, the music was already up, and he's talking, kill the guy.
I just can't understand, if the music is up to the point where you're asking them to turn it down, how can you also hear the conversation that they're having? It's not making any sense.
He's livid. He's not talking. He's yelling. And my window's up and I can hear him. I'm not making out all the words. But then I hear, kill that son of a bitch, or kill that motherfucker, I think is what he was saying.
How do you know it was him saying it?
Well, when I put the window down and I asked him, he said the same thing. Yeah, kill him, motherfucker. And then when he was opening his door, that's when he said, "You're dead, bitch." And, when you say he didn't have a weapon, he's on the ground, and you put something up on the thing and then gets out. I thought it was a shotgun. Or a stick, or, some kind of weapon, but he's confrontational and using words like, "I'm going to kill you and you're dead." And I didn't know he's 17. I thought he was a full-grown man. And I don't know how many kids are in that, but the windows are down for the back seat. I didn't know he's 17. I thought he was a full-grown man. I thought they all were. And in my mind, they're all going to get out of this truck and shoot me or beat me or
had that been the case, we would have a different argument. Had anyone been out of the truck, walking towards you in any type of threatening manner, we would have
we were parked right next to each other.
Yes.
So I know you were. There was no walk-in. It was him getting out, and then he was an arm reach from me.
But here, those cars are so close to each other, though. Him getting out, it's going to be hard for him to get out because he's back away from you. His door opens up. He's actually going to be shielding himself from where you are because you're closer up to the driver.
All these things you're saying are great, but you know, I didn't analyze all these things. I got the shit scared out of me.
Oh, no.
And some guy is coming at me, telling me what he's gonna do or wants to do. I reacted. I'm sitting here telling you guys I was in fear for my life. I honestly was. I have so much going on in my personal life. The last thing I want to do is be in trouble. I don't want to cause you guys a sleepless night. I don't want to lose my freedom.
He reverts back to this premise multiple times. He continuously associates these two reasons with the notion that he wasn't the instigator, yet not once does he mention that he wouldn't want a teenager to lose his life over a verbal altercation.
This is what we do. Don't worry about that. This is what we do.
Well, I mean, the last thing I'm looking for is trouble. The last thing. Sir, from where I was sitting, a shotgun was coming up at me, and so, I don't want to sound like an asshole, but if it happened again tomorrow where a shotgun was coming up, I think I would do the same. I hope I would
and you know what,
not be
Mr.
afraid
Dunn?
to do the same.
If there was a shotgun coming up at you, we would expect you to do what you did. The problem that we have is that there is no shotgun. That's the bridge that we got to get across. You keep dwelling on this shotgun as if there was one at the scene. If there was a shotgun, a BB gun, any type of gun at the scene. Hell, if it was a water gun that was black that looked real at the scene.
Like I said, it was a barrel. Could have been just a stick, but, I mean, it was...
Could it have been your imagination?
Well, no.
He said no with a rising intonation. The way in which he said the word doesn't correlate with its message. The intonation was more matched with the word maybe.
Well, no.
The pressure he's under is causing disorientation in his critical thinking. He was unable to process the adjustment in his thoughts to his words quick enough, and that's why they came out mixed together.
I mean, anything's possible, I guess, but him coming out of his car was not my imagination.
Okay.
And it was right after I saw that he started coming out of his car and saying, "You're dead, bitch."
When you went and grabbed your gun, racked it, and came back around, what were you shooting at? Did you acquire a target or did you just start shooting?
I shot at the door.
Which door? Which door?
The rear passenger.
You shot at his door?
Yes.
What was the purpose of that?
Save my life.
From the door?
No, he was coming out of his door, and then I guess he went back in it, but that's where he was prior.
Hypothetically, you and him exchanged words. He opened the door to go in the store to use the bathroom.
He wouldn't have said, "You're dead, bitch," and then...
I'm just saying.
Well, then I guess I would be in trouble if that was the case. But that's not what happened.
We are so lucky. Really, there should be 3 of those 4 should have been hit. 3 of those 4. You could have 3 dead guys right now. Okay. Luckily for the guy in the front seat, his door stopped the bullets. They entered the door, but they didn't go all the way in because the front door's got bullet holes in it. Okay. And there's another one you shot when you were doing the suppression fire, basically, to keep their heads down as they're driving away. You put one in the back of the car. There's several shots directly into the rear of the truck. And one of them comes zinging in through the back and goes right up and hits the sun visor where the driver is as he's driving out. Didn't miss his noggin by much. You know, so we could very easily have 3 victims at this point. Luckily, those guys didn't get hit or any way, shape, but they're all fine. Except for the poor guy who's pretty much was dead right there. It didn't take him long. He was gone. We see a lot of scenarios, and we deal with threatening situations. I mean, it's not, you know, we deal with them all the time where somebody defends themselves. I mean, we do. And there are clear-cut cases where you go, yep, sure did, buddy. You know, you defended yourself. Have a nice day. Unfortunately, this is not one of them.
I'm not feeling so hot now that you guys are...
Unfortunately, we have that effect sometimes.
Well, I don't mean sick. I mean, I actually am starting to be sick in my stomach. I don't know how I can express to you guys that I was in fear for my life. I've never been so scared in my whole life. I've been mad and my hands shake, but I was so afraid that I didn't have time to think. I only reacted.
What did you see the driver of the other car do when Jordan Davis said, yeah, I'm talking to you?
He reached into his glove compartment.
It was a big silver chrome, either 9mm or a 45. It was a large caliber.
And what did the driver do with the gun when he grabbed it from the glove compartment?
He was holding it and cocked it back.
I heard someone yell, or someone say something very loud.
And what did you hear that person say?
No, you're not going to talk to me that way.
Do I need to get a lawyer? I mean, it sounds like I'm in deep shit.
Well, that is up to you. We have a warrant. Duval County issued a warrant for your arrest for murder and attempted murder. Okay, that's what you're being charged with right now. Okay, just the first step in the process.
The way I see this was I was scared for my life, and I fought back. And you guys are seeing this as murder.
This is where we're at right now. They'll process you here first, but I'm not sure how long it's going to take you before they got to go through all that kind of stuff. But you will be brought back to Duval County. Like I said, this is a start.
Is there any opportunity to bail?
There's no bond. There's no bond on a murder charge in Duval County. Yeah, it's standard. They don't allow it.
Right. Is it automatic that it's a murder charge when it's self-defense?
I'll explain to you how it works on our end. We do our investigation. We get our facts. We have a prosecutor from the state attorney's office with us who sees all the facts, sees the case. We confer with the state attorney's office, say these are what we have as facts of this case, and they determine, yes, we believe there's enough to issue an arrest warrant at this point based off the evidence we have, and that's why we obtained an arrest warrant.
I really didn't know that I was being charged with murder and attempted murder. That sucks.
I'm sorry we had to meet under these circumstances.
Me too. I mean, if there is, you know, there's probably about 5 things I could have gotten done differently last night, but it's unfortunate it turned out the way it did.
It is. Okay. Well, I'll get with the guys here, and we'll get you use the restroom for you. Okay.
He was remanded into custody at the Duval County Jail, where he remained for 14 months awaiting trial.
Did you ask the guys in the red SUV to turn down that bass?
I did. I said, can you turn that down, please?
What was the response from the red SUV?
They turned it off.
And at that point, what did you then say?
I said, thank you. Very soon after, I start hearing things like F him and F that, and...
Does it escalate?
Well, the music came back on. Now it got ugly. After hearing the something something cracker and this and that, I hear, I should kill that motherfucker. I should fucking kill that motherfucker. And now he's screaming.
Okay.
There's no mistake of what he said. That is what he said.
Notice the considerable increase in both emphasis and conviction when making his statements. His lawyer has now instructed him in how to respond, but unfortunately for Michael, the jury had access to his interrogation where he was asked the same questions.
The guy that was in the back is getting really agitated. And my window's up, I can't hear everything he's saying, but You know, there's a lot of fuck him and fuck that and fuck that bitch. And I don't know if they're singing or what, but it's like they're saying, kill him. So I put my window down again. I put my window back down, and I asked, are you talking about me?
Now, what was the response when you said, are you talking about me?
He reached forward and picked something up and slammed it against the door. I didn't know what it was at first, but when he says, yeah, I'm gonna fucking kill you, I look, and I'm looking at a barrel. He's showing me a gun, and he's threatening me.
What happens now? What did you believe was about to happen to you?
I thought I was gonna be killed, but I still didn't go for my gun at that time. I was just like going, oh my God, where is all this hostility coming from? And it was at that point where he said, this shit's going down now.
Not once was this mentioned during his interrogation. It seems to be a poignant recollection when stated here, which would arise suspicion as to why he failed to mention it earlier.
In your wildest dreams, could you fathom being in that position over a common courtesy?
No.
Okay. Now, at this point, what's going through your mind when he said, this shit's going down now?
This was a clear and present danger, and I said, you're not gonna kill me, you son of a bitch.
Okay. And as you said that, were you looking at him, or were you now moving to get that fire?
I said that as I was retrieving my pistol.
Could you show the jury exactly what you did?
Well, if we say over here is my glove box, I'm looking out the window, and I said, you're not gonna kill me, you son of a bitch, and I shot.
Okay. And do you even recall how many times you shot?
I do not. Kind of was in a fixed position with the tunnel vision. I didn't realize the SUV was moving. I was still aiming at the rear passenger, and it didn't register that the car was backing up.
Okay. And at some point, you realize now there's no more red door in front of your face?
This is where Rhonda starts coming into my mind, because I know she's heard the shots. I know Rhonda. It wasn't just my life I was worried about, no.
And at some point now, do you see that SUV actually drive towards a different direction or try to drive away?
It did, and this is where the, now they're back in line with, if they fire on me, they'll hit the front door, and this is where Rhonda comes out.
What was your purpose of firing towards the back of that vehicle? Were you
I was worried about a blind firing situation where they would, shoot over their heads or whatever and hit me and Rhonda. I stopped firing when it appeared that the threat was over.
And how long had you been with Miss Rower?
3.5, 4 years.
Did you have a serious relationship with her?
Absolutely, she's my fiance.
Okay. And were you living with her at the time?
Yes, we were.
Was this dog kind of your guys' child?
Yes.
Okay. And what was his name?
His name is Charlie.
The defendant just got emotional over his supposed gallantry and undying love for his partner, and now accelerates this emotion for the purpose of expressing how much he loves his pet. In his mind, he is exhibiting appealing human traits to the jury, coming across as a man of clear nobility and selflessness who only protected the woman he loves from a perceived imminent threat, while also being a gentle soul that sheds a tear at just the mere thought of his beloved puppy. The thing is, the defendant only has tunnel vision with regard to himself and his own perspective. The jury, on the other hand, will be looking at the big picture. Rather than perceiving this emotion from the viewpoint the defendant wants them to, they may see it as a contrived and narcissistic attempt at elevating his own character. He has now shown the jury that he has the personality type to get emotional, and this emotion comes out as he self-describes his valiant conduct and gentle spirit, yet not a shred of emotion was displayed as he described the exact moment he took the life of a young man.
Mr. Don, you love Rhonda Rower.
Yes, sir, I do.
Right? You love her a lot, right?
Yes, sir, I do.
Right, and when she got into that car, she asked you what happened, right?
Yes, sir.
Sir, are you telling this jury that on the way back to the hotel, you told Rhonda Rower that the boys in the car had a gun.
If I told her on the way to the hotel, I told her several times at the hotel, I told her several times on the way home that this was self-defense.
That wasn't my question. From the time you left the gate station to the time you got back to the Sheraton, how many times did you use the word gun to describe what the boys, let me finish, what the boys in the car had?
I couldn't tell you.
Was it more than one?
At least one.
Mr. Dunn, the truth is, you never told the love of your life that those boys had a gun.
You weren't there.
Did you? You did tell her then?
I said you were not there.
I get that. I know that. Truth is, you never told Rhonda Rower they had a gun.
That is incorrect.
Remember to speak loudly into the microphone so everybody can hear you, all right?
Yes, sir.
All right, Miss Wolfson.
When you came out of the gate gas station and you got into the defendant's car,
Yes.
did the defendant ever tell you he saw a gun in that red SUV?
No.
Did the defendant ever tell you that he saw a weapon of any kind in that SUV?
No.
There was no mention of a stick?
No.
There was no mention of a shotgun?
No.
There was no mention of a barrel?
No.
There was no mention of a lead pipe?
No.
Back in the hotel room, Miss Rower, that same night, did the defendant ever tell you that he saw the boys with a firearm?
No.
Did he ever tell you that he saw the boys with a weapon?
No.
On the 2-hour drive the following morning, did the defendant ever tell you that he saw a gun in the SUV?
No.
And on that 2-hour drive, did he ever tell you he saw a weapon of any kind in that SUV?
No.
On February 15th, 2014, Michael Dunn was found guilty on 3 counts of attempted murder for which he was rendered a 90-year sentence. 7 months later, on October 1st, he was rendered an additional life sentence without the possibility of parole. His appeal was denied by the 1st District Court on November 17th, 2016. He is currently being held at the maximum security Oregon State Penitentiary.
Gloves here. That's a little microphone.
Tonight on The Fifth Estate, an unprecedented moment in Canadian crime and justice as it took place and is seen by people who know what happens in the mind of a killer.
Oh, no?
Am I under arrest?
For now.
I'm under arrest?
Yeah, I'll explain everything, but before I explain myself to you, before we talk to each other, I need to read your rights, okay?
What am I under arrest for?
Well,
At exactly 3:25 p.m. on April 8th of 2009, the dismissal bell rang at Oliver Stevens School in Woodstock, Ontario, and hundreds of grade schoolers were seen leaving the premises. Yet one 8-year-old was captured on surveillance leaving 2 minutes later than the rest, as she had to run back inside to get her mother's butterfly earrings that were left on her desk. Her name was Tori Stafford, and on that Wednesday afternoon, she never returned home. She was reported missing by her grandmother at exactly 6:04 p.m., and a missing persons investigation was launched immediately. Roughly 7 hours later, surveillance footage from a local high school was discovered, capturing what police say was the missing child, walking side by side an unidentified woman. Tori did not appear to be struggling in the video, and the woman was described as between 19 to 25 years of age, white, 5'2", and about 125 pounds with a black ponytail. The local police made a public appeal for the woman in the video to come forward, and Tori's grandparents offered a $10,000 reward for her return. A Facebook group dedicated to finding her gained over 20,000 followers in under 24 hours. On April 12th, 4 days after her disappearance, hundreds gather in Woodstock at 8 p.m. to hold a vigil for Tori, and her mother makes a tearful televised appeal for the return of her missing daughter. Over the following week, Tori's parents are interviewed by investigators, and each of them pass a polygraph test. Police call off ground searches 6 days after the child's disappearance after finding no clues nor leads. The day after, America's Most Wanted features Tori's case as its top story. On April 17th, the Ontario Provincial Police take the lead in the investigation, and the ground searches recommence. The case was then officially classed as an abduction, not just a missing person. They step up a media campaign by releasing a composite sketch of the woman in the video, and then circulate the image on social media and local news outlets. On May 19th, police attain information that the woman is 18-year-old Terry Lynn McClintock, who is already in custody for breaching a probation order for a previous drug violation. She was transferred to the Ontario Police Headquarters and interviewed at roughly 5:30 p.m. by Detective Sergeant Jim Smith. She initially denied being the woman in the video and claimed to know nothing about the missing girl, but roughly 45 minutes into the interrogation, she breaks.
I think it goes right back to what you've said a few times. You didn't want to see it, okay? But that doesn't change the fact that you saw it, okay? And that's what you need to be truthful about. And I know it's hard to talk about. I know it's even harder to talk about than the sex part of it, okay? But you saw it, okay? You know you saw it. And we need to talk about that.
When I seen Mike with Tori on his lap, like, I turned my head because I didn't want to see it. I could hear her calling my name.
Okay, so tell me what happened.
She describes in disturbing detail the abduction and killing of Tori Stafford, stating that she lured the girl into a secluded parking space with the promise of showing her a puppy. She was then forced into the back seat of a vehicle that immediately drove away. In the driver's seat was 28-year-old Michael Rafferty, who then drove to a secluded area about 100 miles north of Woodstock. He then proceeded to sexually assault and then murder the 8-year-old, with the fatal injuries being 4 strikes to the head with a claw hammer. McClintock drew a rough sketch of the area where Tori was killed, which eventually led police to discover the girl's remains. She was found with lacerations to her liver and 16 broken ribs, but her eventual cause of death correlated with Terry's testimony, as was confirmed to be the result of repeated blows to the head with a blunt object. At 7:55 p.m. that evening, Michael Rafferty is arrested and informed that he is being charged with kidnapping and first-degree murder. He is read his rights and then brought to the police headquarters for immediate interrogation.
Come on in and grab a chair. Now that'll unfold, so that's a blanket for you there. Okay. Tea. I think they might have only put 1 sugar in. I think they got it mixed up. And there's a plain donut there for you. I had a cereal bar, but if you get hungry or anything else, just let me know, okay? Do you have any...
I've eaten since noon.
You haven't eaten since noon? Okay. Are you hungry now? I can get you a full meal if you want.
Yes, okay.
You bacon and eggs, or do you want something else?
I think I'm too sick to talk.
Okay.
This is really
That's okay. You can listen. And if you have any questions as we go along, there's no issues there at all, okay?
Okay.
I got a few things I'll talk to you about. As I told you, my name is Chris. My last name is Lone. I understand your name is Michael. Now, do you go by Mike or Michael? What's your preference?
It doesn't matter.
Okay. I'll probably call you Mike. So unless that really offends you, just leave it with me. I'm going to go over a few things here today. Okay, Mike? Like I say, don't be shy. You'll find I'm pretty relaxed, pretty laid back, because I've dealt with these types of issues before.
The Ontario Provincial Police have a highly trained behavioral sciences unit, and their subdivision of forensic psychiatry is recognized as one of the best in the world. At first, you will see the familiar strategy of rapport development. The investigator will retain a friendly and almost nonchalant disposition throughout the opening phase of the interrogation. The perception of solidarity and respect will make the suspect more likely to cooperate and take things into consideration, while the detective's easygoing disposition will also downplay the severity of the crime, thus making the gravity of admission far less intimidating.
Anytime that you have a question, all right, don't be shy. Now, I have no issues getting you any food there, so if there's something that you want, okay, I'll get you some food. There's no problems at all. Like I say, I get that for you in about 5 minutes. So, but my job is, as I mentioned to you earlier, I'm from what's called the behavioral sciences section, and we're talking about the missing person when Tory Stafford went missing. And I know you were following a little bit in the media, and you'd follow some little bits and pieces that there was behavioral sciences people involved, right? And sometimes they were criminal profilers. There's been other members in there as well. Threat assessment, and that's what one of my roles is as well. In threat assessment, what my job is to determine the risk. Okay, what's the risk of a certain situation? Now, the situation that we're talking about is you're going to find here that there's nothing that you're going to tell me to surprise me. Okay, for two reasons. One, I've heard a lot of this stuff before. The second reason is I'm fortunate enough to know what all the case facts are. Okay, so what I have to do is assess what I perceive is a threat. So are you going to go out and kill more people after this situation's done? Okay, that's what my job is, to assess threat level. All right, I already know you're responsible for one death. Okay, so that's what my job is to determine what's happened here. All right.
Staff Sergeant Chris Loam had been a police officer for over 21 years and was a member of the Behavioral Sciences Unit for the last 17. At the time this interrogation took place, he was the head of the analysis section. This meant he was in charge of criminal profiling, threat assessment, and forensic psychiatry. He indicates that his only purpose is to assess the suspect's threat level, yet this variety of threat assessment is only applied to less severe infractions. With relation to rape and murder, the serious nature of the crime means that the threat level is already assessed long before any form of psychoanalysis takes place. In reality, the investigator's primary purpose is to gain an understanding of the suspect's character, and then use this knowledge to try and influence both his reasoning and decision-making.
Before we go through all that, though, my people just don't wake up one day and decide this is going to happen, and I know that, all right? So there's a lot of ideas that go in people's heads at the time, and if I go through, and I go through your history and your background, there's not a whole hell of a lot you've been involved in life, is there, right? You're completely under the radar. Anyways, I'm gonna go through a few things with you here, all right? Obviously, you're upset by what's going on. You're here for a reason, and right back at the beginning, the investigators and the case manager, the officer in charge, said that I'm gonna follow the evidence and go where the evidence leads me, okay? And now you're here because the evidence has led the investigators to you, all right? And then I get involved after that. There's been people that I work with in behavioral sciences that have been here from the outset of the investigation, but really at this point in time, I mean, when I go in and look at your history, there's very little on there. Like I say, you've flown under the radar. You haven't had any major problems with the police, okay? But now all of a sudden you're involved in this situation, and it's a serious situation, and it's a scary situation. I'm sure you're quite upset and quite concerned about what's going on here, all right? Now, the last one I was involved with like this, I don't know if you're aware of it, was a girl named Holly Jones in Toronto when she went missing. And the guy that had abducted her, his name was Michael Briere. And what he was doing is he was watching on his computer for hours and hours and hours. He was looking at child porn to the point that he decides, I want to go try this. And he goes and he grabs Holly and he does some things to her, and then he realizes, what am I going to do? Okay? And he panics. He doesn't know what to do because she's a witness now. And he says, if I just let her go, she's going to tell on me. So he decides that he's not going to let her go, all right? And all that was from something as simple as watching child pornography for hours on end. These things happen, okay? And we can't say it happened close to home. Toronto's not that far from you, okay? These things happen all the time, all right? So what I need to do is sit with you. I already know how. I know the who's, right? Why? I mean, why is up to you, but I can actually probably fill in that blank for you, but that's not what my role here is. If I'm going to assess risk here and see, number one, do you even feel bad about what you've done? That's the first thing I look for. And number two, do I think, okay, he doesn't feel bad, so in turn he's probably going to do this again because he really doesn't care about it the first time it's happened, okay? I'm not at all upset with you. I'm not mad at you. I don't mind sitting here talking with you. You'll know if I don't want to talk to you because I'll just simply leave, right? From reading about you, this to me seems like it's out of character. Now, I could be wrong, right? You may have been planning this for a long period of time, and you may have thoroughly enjoyed this. And if I'm wrong, then you tell me that, all right? But I also know that we all make mistakes, okay? And that's why pencils have erasers, okay? Because we all make mistakes. It's that simple. Spending time with you here, and if I'm wrong, you tell me, but it looks like if you could turn back time, maybe there's a few decisions in life you'd have made a little bit different, all right? If I could turn back time for you, Mike, I would. But it's not that simple, okay? So now you and I have to sit here and face what's happened, okay? I can sit and tell you what happened. I can take you through the day of her disappearance, okay? I mean, I've seen the video, all right? And I know that you didn't do this alone. And but at the end of the day, we got to deal with this situation, okay? Because it's a young girl that we got to talk about. And if you and I don't sit and talk about your side, then people will only think the worst, right? It's human nature, right? You've done it and I've done it. We always think the worst until we know the facts, okay? So that's what you and I need to sit here and work and discuss and work through. Again, if I'm wrong, you tell me, okay? But I really believe if you could turn back time, you would deal with this a little bit different, okay? And there may have been a rush, it may have been exciting for a period of time, but then reality sets in, and you have to sit and live with the fact of what's happened here, okay? And that's what we're doing here. We have to sit and deal with what's happened. Really, at this point, what you have left is your word and your credibility. And people always think the worst, okay? Until they know the truth. You do it and I do it. It's human nature. So we're all going to think the worst until we know why this has happened in your mind. And again, if it's something where you're like Michael Briere, where you looked at a lot of child porn and then decided you were going to try it, then that's fine. If it wasn't your idea, then that's fine too. But we can't change what the case facts are, all right? And you know deep down that this is your chance to get it off your chest. So you're not sitting there the rest of your life saying, I guess I should have said something, all right? I guess I should have got it off my chest and said my side. Because this is your last chance to do it. The fact that you're here and the fact that they've already, they know where the victim is, okay, and they know your steps, this is it. You have to take the steps now to live the rest of your life, okay? This is what you have to do. You and I need to talk about this, okay?
It's always interesting to examine a suspect's demeanor while being interrogated, especially compared to how they most likely were while committing their violation. The suspect here is a quivering mess, acting like a helpless victim, wallowing in his own self-pity while vying for sympathy. Essentially the opposite of how he was while attacking Tori Stafford. It's ironic that the powerless and vulnerable complexion he is trying to portray here is exactly what his victim would have felt at the time she was attacked. The sympathy he is trying to garner for himself is clearly what he lacked for the 8-year-old child he raped and murdered.
So I've got to determine, as part of my job, when all is said and done here, do I think Mike's done? This is it, he's made his mistake, he realizes how wrong the mistake that he made and he's willing to look past it? Or do I have to sit here and say, all right, my report's going to say very simple, I think this guy's going to reoffend. And that's what our job is. We deal with these types of situations and the reasons why people do this stuff, okay? Like I say, this may have been a thing that you just snapped and did something. That stuff happens. Or it may have been something you planned for many months and got some enjoyment out of the plan.
I didn't do anything.
Well, that's not entirely true.
That is entirely true. I didn't do anything.
No, you can try and cement yourself into that, okay? But at the same time, you're not doing yourself any good by not being truthful here, okay?
The investigator wants to come across as empathetic and understanding, yet still needs to keep the suspect's confidence low. He watches for denials and stops them immediately. Letting the suspect deny his guilt will only increase his morale, thus increase his psychological endurance and constancy for self-preservation. This needs to be stripped away as much as possible, as early as possible.
Because by not being truthful, all you have left is your credibility, Mike. That's all you have left, okay? You're not the only person who's been arrested and charged, okay? And there's no surprises left anymore, okay? It's not even a surprise, it's why this happened.
I'm also not the only innocent person who's ever been arrested and charged.
Well, and that's true. There's been people that have been arrested for things where there's no evidence, but unfortunately in this case, there's lots of evidence to determine your role in this crime, okay? The girl who's on the video who walks away with Tori has been identified. And she's been identified as her and Tori being in your car. And the three of you and her and Tori, go to the Guelph area, go to the Home Depot, okay? And the grabbing of Tori, there was a planned event that you were going to grab her. You were going to grab a girl. But this other person was going to do it, and the other person got the girl. put her in your car, all right? And then there's other steps that are taken from there, okay? There's things that happen at Home Depot, there's things that happen outside at Guelph, and there's things that happen to Tori, all right, before she's gone. And you're involved in that, and you can't mask that, you can't change it, okay?
No.
Because what's happened has happened. I can't turn back the hands of time, and neither can you, okay? There's nothing I can do to turn back the hands of time and say, I wish Mike would have reacted to this situation a little bit differently, okay? There's no doubt in my mind, okay? There's no doubt in my mind that you're involved in the abduction, okay, of Tori. No doubt in my mind at all. I've followed the evidence, I've read the file, okay? There's no doubt in my mind. We're past that, okay? And the only concern or the issue that I have is why you did this. What caused you to do this? Was it something you, like I say, is this something you've done before and you've been involved in the death of other people and you enjoyed this? Am I sitting across the desk from Paul Bernardo here? Am I sitting across from someone who's made a mistake? Okay? And that's going to be the question that's asked of you. All right? I'll get you a bucket there just a second. If you got to get sick, pull your boots there. Okay? I've seen it before. You're not going to offend me or bother me. So if you got to be sick, Mike, go right ahead. Okay? I'll get you some paper towels or something. If you feel like you're going to be sick, just grab the. I'll have the bucket there handy for you. Okay? Just leave it right there. You and I need to have a discussion. This isn't a parking ticket. Okay? This is reality. Okay? And people are. I've already told you. You know this. People assume the worst until they know the truth. Okay? And people are going to assume the worst of you unless you and I sit here and clarify it. Okay? Something's pushed you to do this. Okay? You can't just fly under the radar your entire life. Okay, Mike? It doesn't happen. It's not realistic. Okay? I'm not going to sit and tell you that it happens. Something brings this on. And when you sit and talk to someone who had a troubled life like Michael Briere and just gets pushed into doing this and panics and thinks, what would it be like to take a kid and touch and rub a kid and then wish you could stop, okay? And people can't, and that's the whole issue here. Right?
The detective seems to be almost rambling here, but this is a common strategy used to keep the suspect's mind racing. When Rafferty is concentrating on what the detective is saying, it doesn't give him a chance to conjure up his own thoughts, making it very hard for him to either think up a lie or disassociate from the situation altogether. It's a methodical process of breaking a suspect down through mental exhaustion and slowly chipping away at his psychological stamina piece by piece.
We can't control every emotion. Right? We can't control some of our urges, some of our thoughts. None of us can, okay? And I can't look you in the face and say I haven't made a mistake or made a bad decision in life, because I have. But the reality of it is, you and I have to accept that and move on, okay? Because I can walk out there and never see you again. Like, I can do that, right? My job here is done. The job here is done, as you'll find out tomorrow, as things start to be released. There is no more questions. There is no more long drawn-out investigations. They're already sending people home to spend time with their families, okay? They're scaling back what's happened because it's been cleared and they know what's happened and the pieces of evidence have been gathered. So that's reality. I can't downplay that. But you and I need to walk out of here together, okay, with what happened here. You and I have to sit and say, this is what pushed Mike over the top. This is what pushed Mike to get involved in something like this. Because if I don't, then you sit here on your own and you have to take it. Okay, and is that necessarily fair? All right?
I have to sit here on my own anyways and take this.
To an extent you do, yes. You have to sit there and decide, am I going to get rid of this and get this off my chest so people understand my side, or am I going to sit there curled up and keep it in for the rest of my life? All right? You need to be realistic about this, okay? You have no battle plan to deal with this, right? It's happened, it's spun out of control, and you're thinking, okay, if I ever get caught for it, what am I going to do? Well, your plan isn't going to work, okay? Because you're not built for this shit. This isn't what you're about, okay? You're not some sick bastard, right? That sits there and gets enjoyment out of hurting people, all right? So now you have to live with this, okay? And to live with it, one of the first ways, right? It's like if someone's an alcoholic, what's the first thing they have to do? Acknowledge they got the issue, all right? You have an issue here in that there's overwhelming evidence, compelling evidence that indicates you're involved in what's happened to Tori, okay? And I can't change that and you can't change that at this stage. But you need to be honest and you need to understand your credibility, Mike, is all you have left. All you have left from here on in is your credibility. And you sitting here saying nothing doesn't do you a bit of good, because no one's gonna know. And then all of a sudden, 10 years from now or 5 years from now, you decide to say something, who's gonna listen? Nobody, okay? This is your chance to say your piece, all right? Like I say, if you want, and you can see probably I'm trying not to, out of respect actually for you, but I can sit and get as graphic as I want, okay? Because none of this stuff bothers me, because I've seen it hundreds of times, okay? But if I sit and go over what's happened here with Tori, you may not be real happy about it, because it's going to cause you to relive all this crap, okay? And maybe you want to, because I can tell you, I've sat with guys that wanted me to say it again so they could hear what they've accomplished. And I've had that, where they want me to say it 2 and 3 times because they get a rush out of that. I don't think that's you, okay? You're not some sick guy, okay? I'm not sitting across from Paul Bernardo, okay? I know that, and I know people that have sat across from him, okay? And I know 2 officers that have in different stages of their lives, okay? And I know what he's all about. You're not that guy, all right? But at the same time, you can't just sit here and say, well, I hope this all goes away, right? This isn't like a list your girlfriend gives you to say, here's a list of things to do. Can you go pick up a few things at the grocery store for me and get some gas? This isn't what that is, okay? This is a lot more serious than a to-do list. We need to deal with reality. And the reality of it is, your credibility is all you have left at this point. If you sit there and say nothing, everybody's going to assume the worst, okay? And you may be painted with a picture that you're not real happy with, okay? And I'm the only one that feels like sitting in here with you, right? There's no investigators lined up in here sitting with you. Why do you think that is? Right? Because they've been working at this for weeks, okay? They're tired, and they've been away from their families, and none of them want to come in here and talk to you, okay? I have no issue with that. I'm neutral. I don't have these issues. I haven't been away from my family. I don't mind talking to you. Like, I've talked to people that have been involved in things far worse than what they're saying you did here. Far worse, okay? And I can sit and list the things that I've been involved in. There are people who have done things that have been a threat to our national security, terrorism in Canada. Where I've dealt with people that have been involved in murdering more than 3 people, all right? I've been involved with people who have abducted and taken the life of children. I've been involved in that. I've dealt with many people who are sex offenders that habitually and repeatedly touch and molest children. I've dealt with that. That stuff doesn't bother me, okay? But what's going on here is that you're just in there, you're just a big bundle of nerves, and you don't know what to do. You don't know whether to sit here, shake, shit, puke, you don't know what to do. But the reality of it is, at the end of the day, the evidence is the evidence, okay? And the evidence clearly shows you're responsible for the abduction of Tori, okay? And I also know that she's no longer with us, okay? And you're responsible for that too, okay? And there's a sexual component to this as well. So you might want to sit and get this off your chest and go through your side with me, all right? Because if I just walk away, at minimum, that's what people are going to think, at minimum. But you have some explaining to do, okay? That's reality. I can't change that, okay? If this is something that got out of control, that you just planned on taking her and you thought you were going to put her back, or just take her for a ride, that's fine. It got out of hand, then we need to talk about that, okay? You need to sit and explain that and say why, okay? If not, then I say people think the worst until they know. There is no other way. You don't have any other options. There's nothing else that you can do to change what's happened to her. We can't turn back time. However, we can explain how things got off the rails, whether it was something that happened slowly or just went right off the rails right from the beginning. Why do you think the OPP has a behavioral sciences section? This is all the stuff that we deal with, okay? We deal with occurrences that are unusual. We deal with situations that aren't regular situations, and that's not what this is. This isn't a regular situation. This is a couple of people that made a series of decisions that hopefully they understand aren't quite right and that they feel bad about. I don't think that you're some kind of monster. If I did, you'll find me pretty candid. You'll find that I'll come right up and tell you, Mike, okay? I don't think that, okay? I think this got out of control. I think it got out of hand, okay? Are you some kind of monster? Or did you make a mistake here? You made a mistake, right? This is a mistake, right, Mike? You'd take it back if you could? This is a mistake, right, Mike? You'd take it back? If you could turn back the hands of time, Mike, would you do this a little bit different? Mike, I'm talking to you. If you could turn back the hands of time, you're not some monster. You made a mistake, right? You'd take this back if you could? This is a mistake, Mike. You need to deal with this.
I am
Okay?
no
We
monster.
can't. I know
but
you're
I
not a
did
monster.
not do what you think I did.
I know you did. We're past that. Okay.
No.
We're past that, Mike. Okay.
Mm-mm.
I know you're not a monster. If you did, if I thought you're a monster, I would tell you. I'm gonna be honest with you. I wouldn't just walk out. I would spend some time with you. If I thought you're a monster, just because I want to see what makes you tick. But you're not a monster. All right. This thing has consumed you. Look at you. Right. You can barely eat or drink. You haven't touched your donut. Right. Why is that? Because your guts are eating yourself up inside. Okay. You can't sit and say that you're innocent and did it. What's the first thing you did when you got in here? You just laid down and curled up, right? It's all over. You know it's over, okay? You know it's done, okay? You don't have to be an expert in body language. All you've done is lay around in the fetal position since you've been here. That's not how innocent people act. That's not how people that are falsely accused of something act. It's the last thing they do.
It's possibly that it's
the last
freezing. I
thing.
haven't eaten since noon. It couldn't be that this is all just a huge shock to me. No, it couldn't have been any of that at all.
It's probably all of that. But it's also the fact that you're involved in it. It's probably all of that, Mike. Okay, the fact that maybe you haven't eaten that much and maybe you are cold. There's no question. The first thing you said to me was you're cold and hungry, so that's why I grabbed you that stuff. Okay, and I'm willing to accept that. Maybe that is part of the issue. Okay, but there is a larger issue here. Okay, and it's the issue of the evidence and the issue that you're involved in this. Okay, and we can't change that. I have no ill will, anger towards you. I have none. You don't make me mad. You don't upset me, nothing like that, okay? The only issue I have is I don't fully understand. I volunteered here to come here and shoot the shit with you because I've talked to people in worse situations than you, okay? And like I say, you've been pretty respectful with me. You're not giving me a hard time. You're not being rude to me. So I'll sit with you because, but you know, the reality of it is I can walk away and you're going to sit and deal with this on your own for the rest of your life. You're a smart guy. You're nobody's fool. You know the situation. You know you're in a tough spot. And again, this is your opportunity to say your piece. But you got some pretty serious explaining to do here. Okay, in the big picture. Now, without me, if I just leave you here, you got some stuff that you need to explain. I've acknowledged already what my thoughts are of you. Okay, I've told you that from the beginning that this is out of character for you. Okay, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's why you don't want to talk. Because maybe you're thinking, you know what, Chris, you're wrong. You know, maybe I've done this before. Maybe I plan on doing it again. All right. I don't think that, but I mean, you could be sitting here playing me, right? How the hell would I know? Okay. I can tell you that I don't think that's the case because I've sat across from a lot of people, again, that have been through stuff a lot worse than you. You made a mistake, man. Deal with it and we move on. I am concerned that you're just going to sit here and, oh, well, take a chance. Maybe I'll just leave it and it'll all work itself out. Well past that, Mike. This is not going to work itself out, okay? We're past that. You need to acknowledge what's caused you to do this. And I never said for a second that you went and took that kid from the school, because you didn't. But that kid was taken from that school, all right, by Terry and put in your car, okay? And you were there, and you were part of when the kid was driven to Guelph, okay, in the Home Depot. And then from there, the kid, into the demise of the kid. But this is the stuff we need to explain. Nobody can control your destiny now but you, okay? I can. I mean, I've already told you. I've already put my cards on the table. This is your chance, man. Do you not think you're going to feel better getting some of this off your chest as opposed to keeping it there forever? You know what I mean? I'll sit with you and do this. There's no issues with it at all. Like I say, I have no problem sitting with you, man. Why don't we just find a starting point and we'll do it? Because you're going to sit and stew forever. Saying, oh, I should have said this or shouldn't I have said that, right? It's up to you. I mean, I've got situations where I wish I'd have told somebody something that I didn't, and I regretted it my whole life, okay? And it's situations with family members where you should have said your piece or you should have kept your mouth shut. But we all have those experiences. But this is your chance to say your piece, all right? And I think you and I should take that chance. I think you and I should just sit and have that discussion. How is it going to get worse, right? It can't. And obviously, to an extent, someone's put you in this position, right? And we need to deal with that.
You want me to tell you things I didn't do so I can get locked up for the rest of my life for this?
No, that's not. No, I don't want you to tell me things you did not do. No, I'm going to ask you a question. what's your biggest fear or your biggest concern now that you've been charged with this? What's your biggest concern here?
Losing my life.
Okay. All right.
I want to know what this girl Terry said.
Okay. She acknowledges that she grabbed Tori and brought her to your car, that it was your wishes, that you sent her there with certain things that you were looking for in a victim, and she took her. And you guys drove on the highway and did the Home Depot thing, which I talked about, left the Home Depot, went to a secluded area, you had sexual relations with Tori, and Tori was killed. This is your time, man. This is as good as it gets, unfortunately. All right? This is it. And, I mean, I can get into more detail if you want, but in a nutshell, that's a polite way of saying what the allegations are. But if there's stuff, if there's other people here, what's happening, man?
What's this process? What happens?
What happens next? After you and I are done talking, you go back to your cells. Tomorrow morning, you'll have what's called you'll be brought into court, and the charges will be read to you again, and there'll be a discussion if you get out of custody for bail, and then they may schedule a bail hearing to determine that. And then from there, it's a matter of where it goes from the courts. The investigation will go on for a little while yet. There's a couple things that, as I told you, there need to be done. And then in the big picture, you're facing these charges. The reality of it is we could just sit and deal with the issue here, just as easy.
I'd rather deal with this issue in court.
The suspect remains unyielding after 95 minutes of psychological pressure, so the investigators commence the next stage of the interrogation. They initiate the Mutt and Jeff technique, most commonly known in pop culture as good cop, bad cop.
Hey, Steph, how are you? Fine, remember a sec? I understand Mike here wanted to see what Terry Lynn had to say. Mike, Terry Lynn's still speaking to my partner, okay? This is the girl you killed, all right? She's not missing anymore. She's dead. Terry Lynn was asked today if she wanted to call a lawyer 4 times. She said no, all 4 times. She went through 2 boxes of Kleenex. All right? She says on the 8th of April, Wednesday the 8th of April, 2009, at 3:30 in the afternoon, you drop her off at Pavey, south of Fife, south of the public school, where Tori walks out of. You tell her to get a girl, and you want her young. She walks up the street. You drive up to the old age home where you park your car. She walks up to Tori. Tori's nice to her. She trusts her. She holds her hand for a little bit. She walks up the street with her. Terry Lynn tells her about her little dog, gets her across the street to your car, opens the back door. Tori doesn't like it anymore. She pushes her in the car. You start driving. She says she's freaking out. She says she's worried about you. She's scared about what you're going to do. She says you guys hit the 401. You start driving to Guelph. You park outside a house. You go in for a little while. You come out with some drugs, she thinks. And you drive to the Home Depot. You park at the end of the parking lot. You tell her it's her turn to get out of the car. You tell her to go in there. You give her some cash because you don't want to use your debit card so you don't track it. She goes in there. She gets garbage bags like she's told to do, and she comes back out. Then you go driving, and you pull into a farmer's field, right across from a house, to the point where you're even asking her if anybody can see you. And what does she do? She says she goes for a walk, because she doesn't want to see what happens. And then she comes back, And you're not sitting in the front seat anymore, Mike. You're sitting in the back seat. And she's not liking what she sees. So she walks away again. Then she comes back, and you make her hold one of those garbage bags while you put some of your clothes and her jacket and a hammer in the garbage bag. Then you drive to a gas station. She never sees Tori again. You drive to that gas station, you get out, you wash up, you dump the bag. You drive back to Woodstock. That's Terry Lynn's story, Mike. That's Terry Lynn's story while she bawls her eyes out through 2 boxes of Kleenex. And I ask her 4 times, hey, you want to call a lawyer? She says, I don't need to call a lawyer. I feel so bad about what happened. I just want to tell you all about it. That's what you're up against.
Terry Lynn's a liar.
Well, you're the only person that can tell us that, bud.
I just did.
You gotta be careful though, Mike, because some of the shit she said is backed by not just video but other evidence, but also some of the explanations that she gave as well are verified. That's a little more graphic than I said it, but yeah, there is some stuff that she says that is true. There's no question. I'm not gonna say it's not. But
How old are you, Mike? 28 years old? You want to tell us your side of the story? Get rid of your fucking security blanket and start being a man. Because it's not going to be her semen that we find on her body. When we look at the areas underneath the parts of the seat that you cut out, we're going to find her blood. Do you know how blood works? Do you know about red blood cells, white blood cells? White blood cells are thinner. They look like spit when they're separated from red blood cells. They're the ones that seep through into the foam. That's what we get the DNA from. Skin cells from her rubbing up and down against your seats in your car. Tori Stafford is all over your car. All over it. And Terry Lynn explains everything that she knows we're going to find. You're explaining nothing. So I don't give a fuck if you say one more word to tell you the truth.
All right, we're done then.
Well, I'm done with you anyway.
Okay.
This officer here is trying to understand what the hell you're going through. I don't care.
Who are you?
I'm the lead investigator here. Okay?
Terry Lynn's full of shit.
Well, that's going to be a funny thing for you to say in court, isn't it?
No.
Because how's the DNA going to be full of shit, Mike? Huh? How's the biologist from the Center of Forensic Sciences going to be full of shit? How's the pathologist that examines her body going to be full of shit? Explain that to me.
I'll be careful, Mike. That's a dangerous road to go up. If there's something you and I can clarify with what she said, then let's clarify it. But we can't just sit here with a blanket statement that she's full of shit, because there is some things that's truthful. And then by you saying that takes away your credibility. So we gotta be very careful with that.
I'm done with him.
Yeah.
This officer's got his job to do, Mike. He's got a different job than I do. For my investigation, you keeping your mouth shut is the best thing can happen. So keep on keeping it shut.
Okay.
The theory behind good cop, bad cop is known as the fear, then relief response. It's believed that when the immediate shift from one emotion to the next is so extreme, a suspect can become disoriented, and their ability to think critically can be affected. This specific state of disorientation makes compliance more likely, as the rapid change of emotion can evoke the feeling of uncertainty, and a suspect's positive response to an oncoming request is a form of coping with this uncertainty. This is of course not a guaranteed system, and a suspect will not always respond in the desired manner.
Well, you know more than I told you anyway. That wasn't quite as eloquent as I would have put it, but anyways. At the same time, what he's saying is right. Like, I did watch what she was saying, and she was very emotional, there's no question. And she did go through Kleenex, there's no question about it. And she was upset, and there's stuff that she said that, I mean, was clearly known ahead of time by the investigators, and there's stuff that was said that, by her saying it later, proved out to be confirmed otherwise. So don't, just can't say don't, you can do it how you want, but just be careful going off that road. Anyways, but like I said, I have no issues on that. That doesn't change my opinion from our discussion, to be quite honest. I mean, they've got their opinions, and obviously they're getting sick of listening to me, so they've come in and said their piece. peace, but I'm saying I've got no, I'm not pissed with you. I'm not, but like I say, this is your chance. This is your chance to say your piece. And I'm sitting here willing to listen to it.
Well, he just told me not to say anything more, so.
Well, it's up to you. You don't say anything to him.
That's what he said, though.
He doesn't want you to talk to him, but that's fine. I'm still interested in listening to you. If you want to talk about the part of the school where she's grabbed, we can discuss that and see what your thoughts are there.
I'm not saying anymore.
Why?
Because of the officer, because of what the lawyer said, now it's everything. I just don't.
What do you think is going to happen next?
I'm not sure. I don't know. Someone runs in here and starts barking. You just want me to say whatever. You just want me to say things. So it's open and closed.
No.
So it's over and done with. That's it. This is how it is. Nothing more to talk about.
No, actually, because you know what? Actually, that's fair. That's a very fair statement, actually. But I got to tell you, in this case, it's not. It doesn't matter. So yeah, I'm compelled and I'm interested to listen to what you have to say. But does it open and shut this case? No.
I'm done.
Why?
I'm not talking anymore. I've already told you why.
Just because of all the different angles and all that?
I just don't feel like talking about it.
So you're prepared then to just leave it like this and you're gonna ride it out from here, see where it goes?
Yep.
I think that's the best way to do it.
I don't know. I've never been in this chair before. I don't know.
Any questions of me?
No.
Need something to eat?
Yeah, but you don't care if I need something to eat.
Why would you say that?
Because you don't.
I wouldn't ask if I didn't care.
You're here for your job.
Nope. I could have walked out. I don't have to ask you because you got it going right here, right? But the reality of it is, I know that you're going to go back and sit and sleep or do whatever for a while, and you'd be better to do it on a full stomach. That's all it is to it, man. But I don't have to ask you if you want food, but I am prepared to get you food.
Oh,
That's
I can
reality.
eat, and then you can say, "Oh, look, he had an appetite. This is how he must have been feeling. Oh, he drank his tea. This is how he must be feeling." Forget the fact he's just starving and.
You're reading too much into it, man. No, that's not what it is at all. I offered you something to eat because I thought if you're hungry, you can eat it. I don't care if you eat it or not, right? I mean, it's up to you. It doesn't matter to me if you eat or you don't eat.
And that doesn't go in anywhere in any of your reports.
What's that?
That I ate or not ate.
No, because it's on the video. It doesn't matter if you eat or not. I don't have to write any report. My report doesn't say if you ate or not. My report says what we talked about.
This is a very intriguing moment of the interrogation, as the suspect's state of mind seems to be in two places at once. He is undoubtedly clinging on to hope, made evident by his outright refusal to admit involvement, yet he still has situational awareness. He knows deep down that his act isn't being bought, giving reason for his guilt in requesting food. He would have been starving at this moment, yet his primary concern was how he would be perceived while eating. He is caught between wanting to satisfy his hunger and trying to appear so guilt-ridden by the circumstances that he doesn't even care about his hunger.
No, like I say, it's your appetite at this point doesn't matter, really. I come in here, I sat to explain to you what the evidence was, had a discussion. Actually, I don't think there's any animosity between us. So we had a discussion about what the case facts are, and that was it. So it doesn't matter to me if you eat or not, but it was a legitimate offer. If you want something, I'll arrange for you to get it. There's no issues that way. But you read too much into it, man. want something to eat?
I need something to eat, yes.
Alright. I'll get you something to eat. Look at me. Take it easy.
In reality, no food was coming. The suspect had it right when he stated that the investigator didn't care about his hunger, and he wasn't about to go out of his way to get a takeaway meal for a child killer. The Mutt and Jeff technique, although very well executed, was unsuccessful on this occasion.
Hey, Mike, I'm a pretty get down to the facts kind of guy. I'm sure you've realized that from our brief encounter earlier, all right? This is not rocket science. I've got what Terry Lynn has told me this afternoon, and I've got you. This is your opportunity. Terry Lynn's sitting right here. Tell us she's a liar. You've had no problem at saying without her in the room.
Terry's a liar.
Yeah, that's what you're hoping.
I'm not even looking at her.
I don't need to look at her.
You haven't been looking at anyone.
I don't need to look at anyone.
See, Mike, I know I was right when I walked in here, okay? And I'm not gonna pull any punches here, okay? I'm not gonna try and kiss your ass, all right?
Detective Smith's behavior in the following moments is not associated with any techniques nor strategies. He knows the suspect's inclination is virtually set and unlikely to be influenced any further from this point onward. The following onslaught doesn't have any tactical purposes related to the investigation. The detective has understandably become emotionally invested in the case and proceeds to give the prime suspect the psychological grilling he deserves.
I mean, let's face it, I'm a cop, all right? And in the last 5 weeks, I've been trying to find out who killed an 8-year-old girl. Okay? And I know the guys from behavioral sciences, they got their thing, they're trying to understand why, that's what they do.
You guys all work together.
Yeah, we do. They're good people, they know their job very well. And sure as hell, I'd like to know why. All right? I'd like to think that we don't have people walking around our communities who just because they're bored on an afternoon say, hey, why don't we grab that girl and rape and murder her, okay? I'd like to think that we live in a community where people think a little bit more about what they're gonna do than that. Do you think you're coming off as an innocent guy? Do you think you're looking like somebody who's been wrongfully accused here?
You're gonna see it however you want to see it. My lawyer, or the lawyer, instructed me to just say...
Yeah. I know, Mike. I know what your lawyer instructed you to say. But that doesn't make you an innocent man. That makes you a man who's saying, holy fuck, what am I going to do now?
Nothing I do is going to change your opinion. So I might as well just follow the lawyer's advice.
Well, you're right there, Mike. Nothing you do is going to get you walking out of this police station tonight without being charged with murdering Tori Stafford. You're right. You know how much media coverage this has. You know what the newspapers are going to do with this and to your family tomorrow, okay? You think the cops are going to be talking to everybody you ever spoke to in your life? That's nothing compared to what the media is going to be doing. This is a huge story for them. This is the next Paul Bernardo. Whether you like it or not, a girl and a guy kidnapping an 8-year-old girl and murdering her. That's one of the most sensational things that have happened in this province since Bernardo and Carl. It's going to be a frenzy, and you and I both know that. Do you know what a psychopath is, Mike?
I have never met one.
I just met one tonight.
I just find it funny how you can go full sure on something when you don't know.
Well, Mike, when somebody tells me that they were present when a man killed an 8-year-old girl.
Okay. Somebody told you that.
Mm-hmm. She did.
Okay.
When that happens, okay, we don't say, oh well, maybe after we go golfing for the week, we'll go and see Mike and see what he has to say. That's not the way it works.
No, so let's just pick him up and then say, yep, you did it. Because that's obviously got to be the right way to go about things.
Yeah. So, the last thing I cover off with everybody I talk to in situations like this, Mike, is pretty straightforward, okay? Rodney Stafford and Tara McDonald have to be notified about this. Okay. First question out of their mouth is going to be, what? Did they say why they did it?
I'm sure one of those two will have the answer for you, why somebody would do it.
What are you getting at? What are you throwing out there for me, buddy?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You're going to talk to them anyways.
You know what, Mike? If you're going to claim you have no involvement whatsoever, don't play games with me and throw out little hints and see what comes of it.
There's no game. There's no little hints.
There's nobody involved in this except for you and Terry Lynn.
We're done.
Is that what you said to Tori before you killed her? We're done?
Funny man.
Funny man. That's what you think this is funny man?
I think you're a funny man.
I think you're a cold-blooded killer. Because you and I haven't spent too much more time now than you forced Tori Stafford to spend in your car. You could have let her out anywhere along that route. You could have killed her without sexually assaulting her. And that's what I wanted to sit across from tonight. See what it's like to sit across from a guy who, when he abducts an 8-year-old girl, is so turned on by it that before he kills her, he has to have sex with her. So if you ask me why I'm sitting in this room, I'm sitting in this room for Tori. Making you squirm, putting you through some of the grief that you put her through. That's why I'm in here, Mike. And I'm having a good time. You are a sick puppy, Michael. Eight years old, Mike. 8 years old, buddy. All she wanted to do was go home and have a little party for her friends because her mom just redecorated her room for her. That's pure evil, bud. And that's exactly what the judge is going to see. That's what you are. No remorse, no empathy, no nothing. You're just hollow. The nice thing about the place you're going to be spending a good chunk of your life is they actually have glass cells. So you and Bernardo can make googly eyes at each other all day, whatever you guys do in there. So it's nice meeting you, Mikey. Enjoy the rest of your life. This is the kind of room you're going to be spending it in.
And it was all for this little girl right here. Not just Tori, but for every little child in Canada that doesn't deserve what happened to her.
Good evening. Thanks for joining us. 31-year-old Michael Rafferty has been found guilty of murdering, kidnapping, and sexually assaulting 8-year-old Tori Stafford. It's been nearly 10 very long weeks of trial in London, which is where Laura Zilke has been covering this story since the very beginning.
In the courtroom, when the verdict was read out, there was a collective sigh of yes for each time one of those guilty verdicts was read out through friends and family. That came with the reading of each verdict. Guilty of first degree, guilty of abduction, and guilty of sexual assault. Lawyers from both sides of the story came out to speak with us as well. Their reaction, everyone appreciating that justice was done here, and every one of them also thanking the work that the jury had to do for having to sit through this case for, as you mentioned, Carolyn, almost 10 weeks.
It's been a long and difficult trial for everybody. The trial is finally over, so that's a good thing. But the verdict means that the jury has found that Michael Rafferty did kidnap, sexually assault, and murder Victoria Stafford, and our thoughts are with Victoria's family.
Is it a hard decision for you to take cases like this?
It's never easy, but honestly, I mean, somebody has to take them. I get asked that question more often than almost anything else. How can you do a case like this? How can you defend such a person? The reality of it is that everybody in our system deserves a strong, proper, and effective defense.
Even before going into the courtroom, there was really a sense of excitement. I think a lot of the family thought that because the verdict did come so quickly, just over a day of deliberations, they truly believed that this was going to be a guilty verdict. Then going into the courtroom, that simply continued. The relief that went over this, it was really almost unbelievable to hear the sighs that went through everyone in that courtroom. Carolyn.
Both Michael Rafferty and Terry Lynn McClintock were sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole for 25 years.
Just have a seat anywhere, Jimmy. Let me go grab something right there. It's a little warmer in here than it is out there. It is. It feels better in here.
Sorry, dude, I lost my cup somewhere. Maybe it's a generic cup. Hey, Jim, do you know Ted?
Yeah, I think I've met him before.
Yeah, sure.
How's the office that day?
Yeah?
Yeah.
I met you times too. All right, Ted. All right. You don't want any water or anything? All right, Jimmy. These are your Garrity rights, okay? I can tell you're familiar with them, but if you want to read those over, and just pick for you. Let me know if you have any questions about it. Oh, it's so good. Was it? 4444. Need 1258. I appreciate you speaking lower there, man. Makes it a lot easier.
Yeah, I kind of figured you guys were busy or...
It never ends. It doesn't. It never ends. It never stops. All right, Jimmy. I guess first let's just start off with, do you have any questions right off the top of your head that you want to ask?
She gave me a paper yesterday that said something about public records, village property, inaccurate reports. I forget what the other one was.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you know anything about that stuff, about the inaccurate reports to City Council? We'll get to those, I'll tell you. I'll try to go chronologically, that maybe makes more sense to us and to you then. But just tell me about what happened during the accidental shooting. Obviously, I've gotten stories, a couple of different, people told me, but, you're the guy that accidentally discharged a weapon, so I can't wait to hear from you, man.
Jeff and Megan and I were on our way back from Lancaster. We had ate at B-Dubs. We were coming down 79 and we were in the area of Buckalika Beezer Village. And my telephone rang. It was from Darlene Whithofer. I've known the family since, I was a firefighter with her brother Terry forever. And she's on the phone screaming, saying her aunt, she found her aunt in the middle of the road. And that two guys had broken into her aunt's house and held her at gunpoint. She was able to escape, but the gunman shot one guy. He was laying in the floor bleeding to death, and the gunman was still in the house. So we're right there between both entrances to Lee's Village, the main entrance and the second entrance. I tell Jeff, go there because it's right over here, M section. So as we're there, I call Steve Ritter. Literally, this is what we got to get down to the M section. Meet with us. As we pull up, I'm down in the sheriff's office. I call the sheriff's office. Tell them exactly what's going on. They say, you want emergency traffic? Yes.
So you called them?
I called the sheriff's office.
Okay.
We're standing there, we're just trying to decide what's going on, and she keeps saying, he's dying, he's in my house dying, he's in my house dying. She was very physically upset. Both of them were really upset. I had no belief to doubt them. I wasn't even thinking of being on technically light duty.
Right.
Had no gun with me. And, you know, with there someone possibly being in that house dying, you guys have done the same thing. You'd have went in. We had 3 people here, and we've been trained. I told Ritter, give me your handgun. Vermaiden went around the side of the trailer to see if there was a door on the back. I said, go get your rifle, because we don't know what he's got. Give me your handgun. It's the same identical handgun that I've got. And we went in, cover 3. Vermaiden was the first one in the door, went to the right, because it's a a single wide. Went in, and I went to the left, and I held the whole back of the trailer. And the trailer is really dark. And the only lights that's on is their flashlights and a TV in the very back room. I'm standing here, low ready, left hand, and all of a sudden something flashed. I thought someone was coming up, and when I came up, I hit a corner, and poof! Went in the round, went in the floor.
Okay. Did you have your finger on the trigger or something when you went
Yeah,
up?
I had, yeah.
Yeah.
Because I was coming up to protect myself.
Right.
And I just hit that counter, and it just, pow!
Okay.
Off, just simple as that. We cleared the house. No one was there. It was the TV, and the door was cracked about that big. I talked to the woman and the son. Didn't know that she had an onset of dementia, is what he told us. Told us the other day that she told him Trump was in her bedroom. I'd never been to that house before. I know her, but I only knew her from McDonald's, not personally talking to her or anything. I didn't know that she was having an issue, which after everything was found out, it was found out she had a UTI, urinary tract infection forever, and never told her kids, and that was she'd seen a police movie prior to going to bed that night. So, you know, I checked the house to make sure everything was fine, that we didn't hurt the electric, didn't hurt the water, you know. From her end, set her and her son down and said, listen, we had an accidental discharge. Sorry about that. Everything in the house is fine. And his exact words to me is, I don't give a shit, as long as my mom's okay. I said, what about a doctor's? If she's hallucinating or something like that, we need to get him to take care of her. Let's get her to the hospital. He said, no, she goes into the doctor's in the morning. I said, then you can come and get a copy of our report so your doctor can have that to use to see what kind of medicine to get it on. And he said that would be fine. Or I would have pink slipped her that night, but with her, he's like, I'm staying here, she's going to the doctor's in the morning. She argued a little bit with him, no, I'm not. Mom, yes, you are. You've got a doctor's appointment. And I told him, I said, Dave, you come and get a copy of this report. Or have your doctor, get something from your doctor, we'll fax a copy of the report over to see, show that she's hallucinating or something, so she can get help. Okay. And we went back to the office, all 3 of us wrote up our statements, wrote up the use of force where I had the accidental discharge, and went from there. I called the mayor.
Did you do a call record at that time, or a report at that time? Because when I went over and talked to you, you didn't have one yet.
It was in the computer, yes.
Okay.
Jack from Mayton should have faxed it to you. We had a CR number.
Right.
Yes, CR number, and the square CR number was filled out and everything.
Okay.
It hadn't been typed in yet, but it was put in the book, and it was handwritten out.
Okay. You said you notified dispatch, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did Ritter also notify dispatch, or did he just come right to the scene with you guys and help clear the trailer?
I don't know if he also notified dispatch because we didn't have a walkie on him. I didn't have a walkie, neither did Jeff. I do know when I was standing there and she said 99 traffic, he got on the radio and asked and said, 458 99 traffic.
Okay. All right. So we pull a tape from there. It's going to have you call on dispatch.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it was.
Because Ritter marked dispatch too and said, hey, this is going on over here at the trailer park and everything else. So he actually marked it. So you guys get over there, you have your external discharge, talk to the people, everything's fine with them. Now, at some point, Hebron came over, right?
Yes.
Okay. Were they called to come over?
I don't know. I don't know that because, again, I didn't hear anything on walking. I don't know. Sometimes when we got something like that, they just drift over.
Right.
And we drift over to them.
Sure.
You know.
Kind of good mutual aid.
Yeah.
Was there any conversation about not telling them about the accidental discharge?
Yes, there was.
Okay. Was that your call?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the rationale there?
Ritter likes to tell things, and for the integrity of the case, integrity of the accidental shooting, Ritter, you don't have to go tell everybody that we had an accidental shooting. Let's get this investigated first. Let's get it looked at. You know, let's save the integrity of the case right here before anybody, you know, 1,700 people know.
Sure.
And that was the only reason. There's no reason to hide anything. How can you hide an accidental discharge?
Makes it tough. Things go bang real loud.
Yeah, and you got a spent shell. We got the shell. I mean,
okay.
Yeah, I sure did. I told him. I mean, because he likes to tell. You know, and there's some things that happens in-house just like here. You guys have things that happen in-house. You guys aren't supposed to tell anybody until things are looked at. You know, I did exactly what I was supposed to do. I called the mayor. I called the mayor 6 times and she never called me back. She called Ritter instead of calling my phone. She does that a lot. Just the other day, she's standing there, Ritter's phone goes off. Call from Peggy Wells. He's talking to her. I'm like, I walk up and say, why aren't you calling me? I'm the chief.
Right. That's true. Huh.
You know?
So you guys got some communication barriers between you and the mayor, you would say?
From years, she's been on council for years, and yeah, she never liked the police department. She's actually picketed against the fire department. She don't like them. She had a big meeting with Randy Thorpe, and well, Billy was still there, and wanted to see about bringing them in and get rid of us. And Billy and them guys told him, you can't afford us.
Right.
You know. But when she took over mayor, and she took me in on January 19th, I told her, I said, all I want to do is my job.
Yeah.
I want to work with you. I have no hard feelings about nothing.
All right. Yeah, and that's that. That's that. But the other thing that got brought up by Peggy was some of the hours that were logged in, and then that was also a concern with some of the people we brought in. Brought that up as well. Some of the hours that you actually worked, and not actually being at work. That was a common theme. Everybody we talked to, that,
right.
You weren't actually at work doing anything. And I guess a couple of them mentioned the computer that you had at home. That your excuse was that you had to go home because you had some information on the computer at home that you didn't at work.
My computer at home is set up the same way the computer at the house. I mean, at the office.
Okay.
And if I was at my house doing stuff and writing, you can go to my house right now and I can show you the stuff that I've done, changing policies and changing things. I've had permission from our mayor, Kate Carroll, to go there.
Okay. Have you had permission from this mayor to go there?
No, and I haven't.
Okay. All right.
I wish I'd have brought my phone in. The times that they're probably talking about is I burnt my foot, right heel, really bad, clear to the bone. And I had to have a special boot. And it hurt to walk in it. And I would come in the mornings, I would get the mail like I was supposed to. I would check the phone recorders and do everything else. And then I would go to the house and do what I had to do.
Okay.
You know? But I always had my walkie right there, and they knew this.
Well, I think part of it too was they said they came over, a couple of times and you were just wearing shorts and a t-shirt watching cops while you were on duty.
No.
And that was and then when I checked the records, you had them logged down as hours for that day. But my concern is if you're at home that day, and that's true, let's say that's true what he's saying, if you're just sitting around watching cops when you're supposed to be at work, that could be an issue.
Right.
Obviously, I mean, you're the chief of police. You wouldn't want one of your guys doing that, So, I mean, you got to understand from, our perspective, looking at numbers and looking at everything else that are brought to us as a concern, we have to try to figure out why or justify why that's happening.
Right.
So that's why I'm asking you, because I want you to justify to me why that is a reoccurring thing, though, from everybody we've talked to. It's a reoccurring issue that, Jimmy goes home a lot, and he'll leave and he'll just stay home. But literally it's a reoccurring thing. Everybody said the same thing. Why do you think that is, Jimmy?
I would go home a lot. But I would not, I would be in blue jeans or my BDU pants and a shirt that always said police. And I would be doing the stuff that I was allowed to do on the computer per the mayor. And then I would go out and go get cards, tag numbers and stuff with the junk cards. And I would do my OLEG. And, or write it up. I wouldn't do the OLEG at the house because I couldn't. I could only do it at the office. But I would write the junk card stuff up. Okay. I mean, just because if they come home and see me, I'm in a t-shirt that says police and I'm not wearing my full uniform with the badge and all this, everything else, doesn't mean that I'm cheating the system and not working. I'm doing a lot of things in the background that...
Speaking of that, junk cars, I wanted to ask you about that too. What are your procedures for junking cars?
Junking cars?
Yeah, let's say you get a car in an impound, nobody comes and gets it. What is your procedures to get rid of that vehicle?
Run the thing through the state of Ohio. They come back and tell us if there's a lien on it. And then you send that person, or if there's a lien on it, you send that person 10-day notice. Or if there's no lien on it, you send that person, the owner, 10-day notice. And then if they don't collect it or we get it back, they've got 10 days to pay the towing or anything like that. If not, then I go get a title from the BMV. And then we gather how many other cars we got up, get 3 bids. And then people come out and look at the, like junkyards or private people or whatever. They look at all the cars all at once and give you 3 bids, and the highest bidder gets them.
Okay. And they get them all intact, the way they're supposed to be. Okay. You ever taken any batteries out and sold the batteries?
No.
No? And the reason I'm asking in this setting, Jimmy, is this is a setting where under Gary, you can't be charged with what we're talking about. We can't talk about this criminally.
Right.
Okay, but if that comes out criminally, there's going to be some issues probably with stealing. Okay, so there's been those allegations and a little more than just allegations. Very, very specific things that I've checked out that are not making a lot of sense. Okay, one of them especially being a water pump that was taken off of a truck for Randy. And Randy gave the water pump to his brother, Gary. And Randy had your permission to take the water pump off of the truck that was in the impound lot. So think about that before you answer me, Jimmy, because I want you to be really honest with me, man.
I am.
My goal here, dude, I respect you. I really do genuinely like you. I want to make sure that you come out of this thing, okay. Whether that's okay with your job, okay without your job, but what I don't want to see is something that, you get charged for or go to jail for.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
If anything was taken off them cars, the village already owned them, and they had permission from the mayor to take anything. I personally have never taken anything off the cars, out of the cars, anything. Now, Randy and Mark Dimick has, yes. But they've always had permission, and they've never done anything until the vehicles were owned by the village.
Sure.
And they were going to the junk yard. They were getting loaded up that day or the next day and going to the junkyard to be crushed.
Okay. So it's all the same pile of money, right? I mean, if one car goes, it goes whole, or are they junking it out? Are they checking for all the equipment? Or are they making sure that if they can pull the engine or a water pump or anything off of that the junkyard will do that? Or you just sell them out as a whole?
Sell them at the car. I've seen it when I've taken them there. They ran the forks through the forklift, through the windows, picked it up, put it in this thing, put it down.
Crush everything like a sandwich.
Yeah. But if I didn't even know about a water pump to Gary. But if it was taken, battery, water pump, I will tell you, I know a jack was taken, one of them scissor jacks, but it was already up on the trailer, trunk was locked, and Randy's like, oh, we got a jack. All right. But the village owned them vehicles. There was permission by Clay Carroll, and nothing was taken until that stuff was taken, the village owned it.
Okay, so when the village owned it, let's say that you guys did everything properly, The village owned it. Did you take any batteries then after they owned it? Did the mayor say, hey, you can take these? I'm trying to, you know, explain it for myself in my head why I've had two people tell me the same thing now. Two different people. One, you know, that I would say is completely on your side. One that says maybe not completely on your side, and they're both telling me the same thing. So I'm trying to figure that out why in my head that would be the case. So is there a circumstance or an instance where you did take a battery or two after the mayor cleared it?
I've never taken a battery.
Never.
Never.
Okay. Okay.
Never.
All right. Well, I needed to ask you about that because, like I said, I've had a couple of them here. All right. So you don't know anything about Randy taking the water pump?
No.
Okay. Because Randy's saying he had your permission to do it, not the mayor's. He said he had your permission.
Well, he probably asked me, hey, I'm going to get something of one of these cars. And it may have been, you know, it may have been a water pump, but I don't remember. But no one took anything until the village owned the vehicles and they were going to the scrapyard.
Okay. I got it. All right.
Matter of fact, I got to tell you,
yeah,
they took a set of tires off once for a vehicle. Those good tires that were going to the junkyard. We put it up on the thing, they lifted it up, and took the tires off. Because it would have fit one of the village work vehicles.
Oh, nice.
So, you know, it was things like that.
Jimmy, have you ever taken anything from the vehicles that the mayor said you could take? Any of the vehicles that you were going to impound?
No.
Okay. All right. Going back to now the accidental shooting, I'm not to call it accidental discharge. It wasn't. I mean, you shot the ground, right? Essentially. You knew that you were not on duty, right?
I knew I was on light duty.
Okay. You weren't even on light duty according to your doctor's excuse. You were on light duty until the 12th.
No, I had the doctor's excuse with me.
I've got the doctor's excuse. It doesn't say that you could return until the 12th. And this incident happened on the 10th. But you were not to return to work until the 12th.
Okay, the 12th was a Monday.
Yes.
All right, and this happened on a Saturday. Yes, I could return to duty on Monday.
Yes, on Monday. So that means you weren't on duty. You weren't on duty at all, right? That's why you didn't have a gun with you. I'm assuming you had your police ID probably, but you didn't have your firearm, right? Okay. That's because you were not on duty, correct?
No, I don't feel that way. I feel that I'm in the village, I'm on duty.
Even though the doctor's saying you're not allowed to be on duty until the 12th.
The doctor said you return to duty. That's a return to work.
Right.
Okay? I was physically working to get paid. I got paid through sick time, but physically showing up and doing the work. But I considered myself on duty because I'm in the village. I live in the village. I'm the chief of police, so I'm 24/7. So yeah, I considered myself on duty.
Okay, so if one of your officers acted the same way you did, in the same manner, you wouldn't have a problem with that then at all? If they were not due to come back to work for 2 more days and they took a call in the village, they took a call, even though they're not cleared to come back for 2 more days, would you per se, do you have a problem with that?
If it was the same situation that I was put in?
Sure, call exactly the same.
No, I would not.
Okay, and why is that?
Because there was imminent risk of death. He was there. He had plenty enough people to take care of what the situation was. And I believe he has what word do I want to use?
You want to use probably duty to do something, right?
Yeah.
I assume that's where you're going with that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I do. I would not have a problem with that at all. I mean, the accidental discharge was very unfortunate and a bad timing, but, you know, no, I wouldn't have a problem with that at all because of the imminent danger. And it was just the way she was saying it, you know, just like, he's dying, please help, please help, please help.
Okay. Who's responsible for your auxiliary hours?
Jeffrey Mayton.
Okay. And who's responsible for are you his boss?
Yes.
Okay, so are you also responsible for the hours that go over to city council? You're turning those into city council, right, as a document?
The end of the month report, you mean?
Yeah, the end of the month report where you've got all the hours listed for everybody that worked, all the calls that were taken, all that stuff.
Yeah, we get the calls and everything out of the computer system.
Okay.
And Jeff would estimate the hours.
How's he estimating the hours? I'm confused on that part.
I work 80 hours a week.
Uh-huh.
I mean 80 hours a week.
Every 2 weeks?
Every 2 weeks. That's 160 a month, so he'd put 160. He would take what he was supposed to work, divide that by 2. That's what he would get. Just down the line like that.
Okay. That's for the full-timers, right?
For the paid, yes.
For the paid people. And Jeff or Maiden was in charge of all the paid people to make sure that all of their numbers were accurate?
Well, we would turn in them on the pay slip.
Right, but who was ultimately responsible for that? To make sure those numbers are correct?
Those numbers were estimations. They were never correct, not meant to be correct.
You guys are paid by the hour, right?
Mm-hmm.
How do you get paid by the hour, an estimate by the hour? How does that work? Because we have a time clock. We got to turn stuff, I mean, we literally have a time clock.
See, we don't.
Right, which is crazy, but it keeps track of our hours very well.
We used to have a time clock, and for some reason, I don't know why it went out.
But if you don't work, if I estimate you worked 20 hours, but you only worked 15 hours, am I not cheating a village out of 5 hours? Or your police department, with your limited budget, are you cheating yourselves out of hours if you do it that way?
No, because our hours was not estimated. The hours worked was by our timesheets.
Okay.
And then it was verified with Mary over here.
Okay, how would Mary know how much you worked?
Oh, she would see us. I mean, you would write your hours down.
Right.
I mean, like if you go out there right now, I'll sit here with you. You'll see 6 a.m. on my timesheet, but you won't have a time ending.
Okay.
Because before I leave and go home, I would write, okay, let's say I'm up 4 today. I write 4 p.m., amount of hours, and you come over here and you put the hours.
Yes. Do you have you don't do any kind of trip sheets or anything then, right? 'Cause you're the chief?
We mean trip sheets.
Like a trip log, like
No.
your officers do when they're out
No.
riding around, driving around and stuff. Which makes sense. You're the chief of police, so you're just putting in your time, your hours, and that's it.
Yeah.
All right. So who is ultimately responsible for making sure those hours are correct?
Are you talking on the sheet that...
I'm talking about the sheets that you guys turn in to Mary. Who is responsible for those numbers that go over there?
Ultimately, me.
Okay.
But I didn't do their timesheets. Each officer does their own timesheet.
Sure.
Like if you two work for me, you do your timesheet, and then on Monday mornings when I come into work when it was supposed to be turned in, I'd look.
Right.
All right. I know your day's off.
Right.
And I'm going to know if you had to work over or something.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to know that, and I just verify it through there, and then I sign it.
So you know when somebody has to work over or comes in for somebody else, they notify you, so you know about it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So then you're ultimately responsible for making sure the numbers are accurate when they go to Mary, who I assume Mary does some other report as well, or did at the time?
I have no clue. We just turn in our timesheets to her.
But you make a report for city council, or for village council. I'm sorry, if I keep calling it city council, I'm just used to this. You make a report for village council, right?
The end of the month, they would get a report.
Yes.
On with the fire department and every street department and everything else.
Right. And that report is done by who?
Vermaeten.
Okay, so Vermaeten does the report. He does the report up, and I would assume, since you're the guy in charge ultimately, and you're the one responsible for numbers ultimately, you look at that report.
No.
You don't look at the report that Vermaeten's doing?
No, he would come in or on a Friday, when I'm off on Fridays, and he knows Monday is the council meeting, he would do it up, and then he would take it over and give it to Valerie. There's plenty of times I would never see that report.
Okay. So nobody looks at what Vermaeten's doing? As far as the numbers go?
Something like that, no. Okay. Because they were just estimated numbers of, he could put me down for 160 hours a month.
I'm talking about, okay, I see where you're going with that. I'm sorry, Jimmy. Let's go back, let's say the auxiliaries. Who keeps track of their numbers then? I got where paid guys are. Vermaeten's in charge of the paid guys. I got
Vermaeten.
So Vermaeten's also in charge of the auxiliaries. Okay. So when those numbers go over, do you check their numbers too to make sure that they're accurate? Because you said, like you said, you know who's coming and going in your police department.
Well, he'd put the hours down for them. They were, some of them worked 16 hours a month. Some of them worked more.
Some of them worked less. In fact, a lot of them worked less.
I have no clue.
But you know who comes. But you know who's coming and going, Jimmy. That's the whole thing I want to get at. You know who's coming and going in the department, and there are people like Schilling. Is it Schilling? Schiller?
Mm-hmm.
I know
Jason Schilling.
Jason Schilling.
Yeah.
I talked to lots of people, and they said he only comes during taser training. That's it, and he's listed for.
Welcome to Audit the Audit, where we sort out the who and what and the right and wrong of police interactions. This episode covers unlawful orders, obedience to authority, and officer conduct, and is brought to us from the public record of the city of Keller, Texas. You can find a link to the original video in the description below. Before we dive into the interaction, I want to give a big thanks to the sponsor of this episode, Surfshark. We all know that VPN services can help to bring the ATA community an 83% discount with an 22-year-old Dylan Puente was driving to his grandmother's house when Keller Police Sergeant Blake Shimonek stopped him for allegedly making a wide turn. Shortly after the release of a 2-minute edit of the hour-long body cam footage from various mainstream media outlets, this interaction went viral. And although this episode is longer than the average ATA coverage, I highly recommend watching to the end so that you can leave this episode fully informed of the legal and psychological nuance surrounding this encounter.
320, go ahead and send me a unit when you got it available. Hey, roll your window back down.
What's up?
My name is Sergeant Schmont, the Keller Police Department. The reason being stopped today, you made a wide right turn when you turned from 1709 to 377. Any reason why you're rolling your window up when I walk up to this car?
No, sir.
You've been driving it down for the past mile.
I just rolled it up.
All right, step out of the car for me. Step out. Do not shut that window. Open it now. Step out. Right here. Face that direction. Face that direction. Put your hands right here behind your back. Don't move. Do you understand? Why are you acting so suspicious?
Because I'm scared.
Well, you're rolling your window up when I'm walking up on scene for a routine traffic stop. Ain't nothing going on. You roll your window up. What does that look like to me?
I mean, I'm just rolling it up because it's for my safety.
For your safety?
Yeah. Nothing. I rolled up my window.
Take off.
That's my dad.
No, sir. Yeah.
I rolled up my window.
320, give me a unit code now.
And he got mad because I rolled up my window.
Step right here.
I rolled it up.
Step right your feet.
Well, that's what happened, huh?
Yeah.
You're about to be arrested for blocking the roadway if you don't park and get out.
I rolled
Park and get out?
I rolled
Park
up
over there.
You said I can. It's my right.
You are interfering with my job. You need to go park over there.
I'm just reporting you.
I rolled up my window like you said. It was my right to roll up my window.
No, it's not.
Sergeant Shimonek tells Mr. Puente that he does not have a right to roll up his window during a traffic stop, but there are no laws that specifically forbid doing so. Although citizens are well within their rights to roll up their window during a traffic stop, doing so will likely result in being extracted from the vehicle. In the 1977 Supreme Court case of Pennsylvania versus Mims, the court held that officers may order the driver of a stopped vehicle to exit the vehicle if they have been lawfully detained. The court reasoned that an officer's order to exit the vehicle constituted a minimal intrusion into the liberty of the detained citizen, and the safety offered to an officer by such an order far outweighed the potential inconvenience to the detainee. As noted by the court, quote, "What is at most a mere inconvenience cannot prevail when balanced against legitimate concerns for the officer's safety." From Sergeant Shimonek's perspective, Mr. Puente's decision to roll up his window may very well have appeared to be suspicious behavior, and the sergeant was well within his authority to order Mr. Puente out of his vehicle. All that said, Mr. Puente obeyed Sergeant Shimonek's order to roll the window back down and appeared to be peacefully complying with all of his requests. Once Mr. Puente began to exit the car, he attempted to roll his window back up so that he could lock his vehicle without the officer being able to see inside of it, and the sergeant orders him to keep the window down. Mr. Puente was under no legal obligation to obey the sergeant's order to keep the window down as he exited the vehicle, and it was not unreasonable for Mr. Puente to want to secure his vehicle before exiting it to speak with the sergeant.
320, gotten back up and route. you have any weapons on you?
No, sir.
All right. Is your ID in your wallet?
Yes, sir.
Why on earth are you acting like this?
I'm just nervous, man.
Look,
Okay, I'm
it was a
sorry.
routine traffic stop, all right?
Yes.
I've never met you before.
Yes, I know.
And then the first thing you do is you roll up your window like that, okay?
I thought it was allowed, so we can roll up my window and hand out my license to you.
How do you think it would look to me if you're rolling up your window when you walk up?
I guess suspicious a little bit.
Suspicious.
Here, Mr. Puente admits that his actions may have appeared suspicious after being questioned by Sergeant Shimonik, and perfectly demonstrates why the right to remain silent is such an important aspect of police interactions. The factors associated with Mr. Puente's admission extend far beyond the legal system, and stem largely from the psychological elements at play whenever an individual interacts with an authority figure. One of the most famous studies of obedience in psychology was carried out in 1961 by the renowned Yale psychologist Stanley Milgram. Mr. Milgram wanted to investigate whether Germans were particularly obedient to authority figures, as this was a common explanation for the Nazi killings in World War II. In the study, each participant was paired with another person, and they drew lots to find out who would be the learner and who would be the teacher. However, the drawing process was fixed so that the participant would always assume the role of the teacher, and the learners were actually aware of the study and merely pretending to be a participant. The teacher and the learner were then taken into separate rooms that were directly across from one another, and the teacher was informed that the learner was outfitted with electrodes that would deliver a shock whenever activated by the generator being controlled by the teacher. The learner was tasked with learning a list of paired words, and whenever the learner gave a wrong answer, the teacher was instructed by the experimenter to deliver a shock. With each wrong answer, the intensity of the shock increased, with the scale of the shock eventually reaching a fatal level. In reality, the learner was merely pretending to be shocked from the other room, and was instructed to give mostly wrong answers. Eventually, the learner would stop responding altogether, but the experimenter pressed the teacher to continue shocking the learner in the absence of an answer. When the study was concluded, 2/3 of the teachers had continued to shock the learner to the highest level of 450 volts, and all the participants continued to 300 volts. The results of this study demonstrated that ordinary people are extremely likely to follow the orders of authority figures, even to the extent of killing an innocent human being. Obedience to authority plays a role in every police interaction, and Mr. Puente likely felt that answering Sergeant Shimonik's questions was required of him. It is safe to assume that Mr. Puente only agreed with the sergeant to avoid the consequences of not agreeing, and this is a classic example of how obedience is taken advantage of by members of law enforcement. Although I highly doubt that the sergeant was aware of the psychological aspects at play and maliciously took advantage of them, this part of the encounter demonstrates both a dire need to educate officers on the psychology of detainees and the need to educate citizens on their right to remain silent. As Sergeant Shimonik was questioning Mr. Puente's father, Marco Puente, walks to the sidewalk opposite of the interaction and continues filming his son's interaction.
So, it's even more suspicious, right? You've been cruising, it's a hot day, you've been cruising around with your window down.
Yes, sir.
And the first thing I do when I walk up is you roll your window up.
Yes, sir.
Then I say, step out of the car, and then you proceed to roll your window up all the way, and I can no longer see you.
I can roll my window and then shut the door and lock it. That's
By who?
what I was told.
By who?
My dad,
Okay.
by the law, the government.
Okay. When you're doing that, you're taking away, I can't see anything, apart from the fact it's rude. It's rude, is it not? I'm trying to have a conversation with you. You roll up the window, and I'm trying to do my job, and now you're taking away, just watch him. Yep. Better yet, arrest him. For blocking the roadway.
Blocking the roadway?
Yep.
Sergeant Shimonik orders Officer Ankit Tomer to arrest Mr. Marco for obstructing the roadway, and Officer Tomer unquestioningly complies. Texas Penal Code 42.03 criminalizes the act of intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly obstructing a public street, or disobeying a reasonable request or order to move issued by a member of law enforcement. Unlike many states, Texas officers have been afforded the authority to arrest citizens for petty crimes that carry no jail time. such as traffic infractions. In the 2001 Supreme Court case of Atwater versus City of Lago Vista, the court held that a citizen's Fourth Amendment rights are not violated when the subject is arrested for driving without a seatbelt, and that such an arrest for a misdemeanor that is punishable only by a fine does not constitute an unreasonable seizure under the Fourth Amendment. This ruling authorized officers to make a custodial arrest of a citizen without balancing costs and benefits or determining whether the arrest was necessary. There are only 3 motor vehicle offenses that Texas officers cannot effectuate an arrest under: speeding, open container violations, and texting while driving, which, ironically enough, are also the top 3 causes of car accidents in the U.S. The Atwater ruling opened the floodgates for malicious and unnecessary arrests. And according to a 2019 study conducted by order of the Sandra Bland Act of 2017, more than 45,000 Texas drivers were arrested at traffic stops for Class C misdemeanors in 2018 alone. If Mr. Marco had been legitimately violating Code 42.03, then Sergeant Shimonik would have been within his authority to arrest him. We will discuss whether or not Mr. Marco actually violated the code in a moment. But the point of this section is to highlight the fact that Texas officers have nearly unfettered authority to arrest citizens for any violation, no matter how trivial or victimless that violation may be. After ordering Officer Tomer to arrest Mr. Marco, Sergeant Shimonik orders Mr. Puente to sit on the curb while he assists Officer Tomer. When the sergeant approaches Mr. Marco and grabs his arm, a small scuffle breaks out, which results in Mr. Marco being thrown to the ground, maced, and arrested. Once the officers place Mr. Marco into the back of a patrol car, Sergeant Shimonik relays his version of events to a fellow officer. Let's compare the sergeant's story to what actually took place.
So, kid's acting nervous as can be. I said, buddy, step out of the car. He proceeds to start rolling out the car, and I thought he was going to drive off on me. Pull the door open, he steps out, no issue. I had to go to detain him. Dad is cruising down the road, stops in the middle of the road. I said, leave. You leave, you leave. He's feeding son. No, this is neighbor who lives over here. He's feeding son, telling him what to do. Step right here.
I rolled it up.
Step right your feet.
Well, that's what happened, huh?
And I said, no, sir, you need to leave. I said, sir, if you don't leave, I said, you're going to be detained for blocking the roadway here.
Yeah.
You're about to be arrested for blocking the roadway if you don't park and get out. And so then he proceeds to back up all the way, parks over there, and he walks up into my scene multiple times. I said, you're done, you're under arrest. I'm going to take him into custody for the traffic violation, interference, and he resisted, so he got sprayed. We're taken to the ground. He came out down there. He's videoing us, and now I guess we got family members here.
As you can see, the sergeant's version of events are a far stretch from what actually happened, and the sergeant's police report was filled with similar inaccuracies. In the report, Sergeant Shimonik claimed that Mr. Marco approached him from behind, but the video shows that was untrue. The sergeant went as far as claiming that he did not notice Mr. Marco's vehicle when it approached, and that it wasn't until Mr. Marco yelled at him that he became aware of his presence. The sergeant also stated that Mr. Marco refused to move his vehicle after being ordered to do so, and that he remained in the roadway for an additional 30 seconds to continue yelling, which is a blatant lie. The report goes on to state that, due to officer safety, Sergeant Shimonik decided to arrest Mr. Marco for obstructing the roadway and obstructing governmental operations. Texas Penal Code 38.15 is the state's obstruction law, and even if the sergeant's story were true and Mr. Marco was yelling at the officers, this code provides an exception for any interruption, disruption, impediment, or interference that consists of speech only, which renders this charge invalid. Sergeant Shimonik's malicious behavior does not end there. And once his lieutenant arrived on the scene, the sergeant recounted his inaccurate story to his superior and informed him that he intended to arrest Mr. Puente for the wide turn violation so that he could search his vehicle without obtaining consent or probable cause.
Kid right now is only detained. He's sitting in the back of my car. We've had a very lengthy conversation. He's been reasonable. I'm quite certain there's narcotics in the car, so I think I'm going to arrest him for the wide right turn. He's got a history of narcotics. He was telling me, giving me all sorts of clues. So I think I'm going to arrest him for the wide right turn.
The lieutenant authorizes Sergeant Shimonik to arrest Mr. Puente, and the sergeant searches the vehicle but does not find any drugs or weapons. Mr. Puente was taken to jail, and his vehicle was towed. Following the encounter, the Keller Police Department launched a proactive internal investigation into the incident, and eventually released the full body and dashcam footage along with all the paperwork from the investigation. The investigation resulted in Sergeant Shimonik being demoted to a patrol officer, with the opportunity to reapply for his sergeant position in 1 year. Officer Tomer did not face any disciplinary action. All charges against Mr. Marco were dropped, and all of the fines and fees associated with his arrest were refunded. Mr. Marco has filed a federal lawsuit against Officer Shimonik and Officer Tomer, which prompted Keller Police Chief Brad Fortune to personally apologize to Mr. Marco and admit that his officers were wrong. According to the New York Times, Mr. Marco accepted the chief's apology as a nice gesture, but also stated that he believed more needed to be done to hold the police accountable. The executive director of the Texas Municipal Police Association, Kevin Lawrence, told the New York Times that a lawyer with the association was monitoring the lawsuit against Officer Shimonik and Tomer, but the group does not represent the Keller Police Department or have a lawyer involved in the litigation, despite the fact that both of the officers were members of the organization. He ironically went on to say, quote, "This is one of those cases where I would say you may want to take a step back and not take the pleading at face value." At the time of writing this episode, the Keller City Council has announced a special executive session to take place on December 29th for a full briefing on the incident. And although that session is not included in this episode, you can find updates regarding the session's findings in the description below. Overall, Officer Shimonik, Officer Tomer, and the Keller Police Department get an F for arresting Mr. Marco when he committed no crimes, arresting Mr. Puente for no other reason than to search his vehicle, and for escalating what could have been a routine traffic stop into a physical altercation. Officer Shimonik abused the philosophy of officer safety and exercised poor discretion throughout the entirety of this interaction. Nothing he did during this encounter advanced the safety of his community, and much of his decision-making can be linked to his inflated ego and his efforts to justify his actions. Although officer safety is a legitimate concern during any police encounter, it should never be used to justify misconduct. And this type of behavior only serves to erode the public's trust in law enforcement and make it more difficult for other officers to legitimately justify their actions in the name of officer safety. The most troubling aspect of this encounter is the department's response to the officer's conduct. Much like the Revere Police Department's response to misconduct that I covered last week, the KPD's decision to demote Officer Shimonik rather than firing him conveys the message that officers who commit blatant acts of misconduct will be allowed to continue serving in their official capacity. And there's absolutely no justice in this decision. The internal affairs investigation resulted in nothing more than a PR stunt, and I struggle to see any option for justice other than Officer Shimonik's termination. If departments continue to perpetuate the notion that officers have the highest job security in America, then progress toward addressing the issues facing the American policing system will be significantly dampened, even more than they already are by nonsensical court rulings like the Atwood case. There is no excuse for Officer Shimonik's conduct or the department's lackluster response to that conduct. And it will be interesting to see how the Keller City Council handles this situation. As for Mr. Puente and Mr. Marco, I cannot justify issuing a grade to their conduct, because they were both wholly out of control of every aspect of this interaction, and nothing they could have done differently would have made an impact on the outcome. There is very little to critique on the side of Mr. Marco and his son, and that's mostly due to the fact that they did not have an opportunity to contest Officer Shimonik's conduct. While it is true that Mr. Puente could have exercised his right to silence, his reluctance to do so stemmed from a well-established psychological ineptitude that was arguably out of his control. Mr. Puente was cordial and cooperative throughout the encounter, and despite being obviously mistreated by the officer, he complied with all of the officer's orders. I commend Mr. Puente for remaining calm and collected, and refusing to allow his emotions to dictate the outcome of this encounter. Mr. Marco also deserves recognition for having the awareness to begin filming this interaction and not allowing Officer Shimonik to intimidate him or discourage him from recording. Nothing Mr. Marco did violated the law, and the department confirmed that by dropping all of the charges against him. Mr. Marco had no time to react to Officer Shimonik's decision to arrest him, and it makes sense that he would be somewhat resistant given that he was not able to process the logic of the officer's orders. Mr. Marco went from peacefully exercising his First Amendment right to record the police to being maced and arrested in a matter of seconds. And instead of making an effort to reason with Mr. Marco, both of the officers jumped straight to physically restraining him without any legal justification. I have no doubt that Mr. Marco will fare well in the courtroom, and I commend him for following up this encounter with the proper legal action.
John Lang here, the creator of Audit the Audit. If you've made it to the end of this episode, I would like to extend my personal thanks for taking the time to absorb all of the information surrounding this encounter, and you should give yourself a pat on the back for being so dedicated to being informed. This episode is the final episode for the year 2020, and I sincerely appreciate all of you who have given your support to this channel. This has been a tough year for everyone, but I am humbled to have been a part of the ATA community, and I look forward to bringing you more content in 2021. I hope that ATA today has brought you all a plethora of entertainment and educational value, and I wish each and every one of you the absolute best. Again, thank you for taking the time to watch this episode, and here's to many more to come. Cheers.
I couldn't help but notice you just sitting on the patio out there.
What's that?
I couldn't help but notice you sitting on the patio behind this building.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's signs for no trespassing, private property, that kind of thing. Yeah, I wasn't sure what you were doing, if you lived here or you worked here.
Yeah,
it looks like you're working, doing something, picking stuff up. Okay, gotcha. What's the actual address then?
3333 Arapahoe.
Okay, what unit are you in?
I don't think I have to actually tell you that.
Well, I'm just checking to make sure that you have a right to be here, that's
Well,
all.
I just told you I lived here.
Okay.
And I told you that I'm working as well.
Okay.
So shouldn't that be enough for you?
Well, I gotta verify it, just so I know that you do in fact live here.
What do you need from me?
If you have an ID with your address on it, that'd be great.
Fucking unbelievable, man.
Well, we've had some stuff going on in this area. I'm just
I
doing
know.
my job, just making sure you belong here, and if you do, then great, and I'll be on my way.
Yep.
Okay. Do you have anything with your address on it?
Yo, look, man. Here,
Hey,
why don't you follow
Just
me
relax.
and I'll just fucking beep the building, dude.
Just chill out, man.
Dude, this is ridiculous.
I'm just asking you if you have something with your address on it, then that would help me.
No, I don't. How am I supposed to have something with my address
Well,
on it?
a lot of people have a
They
driver's
just carry
license.
They just carry something with their address on it?
Yeah, an ID.
It's ridiculous, bro.
Yeah. So, Mr. Atkinson, can I get your date of birth, please?
Why?
I just need to verify who you are, that you belong here, that you have a right to be here, okay?
Are you kidding me, man?
Can you have a seat, please?
No.
Mr. Atkinson.
No, I'm not. I'm not.
290 code 12. Can you please have a seat?
No.
Put that down. Stop. Mr. Atkinson, right now you're obstructing a police officer, which is a jailable offense. I'm asking you one more time to sit down.
I'm not doing anything wrong. And you're not going to arrest me. You're not going to do anything. Because I live here. And I didn't do anything wrong.
Last chance, sir.
Well, what?
Have a seat.
Well, what?
Sit
you're
down.
Gonna arrest a
Right now I'm
person? You're
detaining
gonna
you
arrest
and
someone?
investigating you for a trespass.
I fucking live here, dumbass.
Sit down. Sit down.
No.
290.
That's what you are. You're a fucking
Have a
idiot.
seat, please.
You're gonna tase me outside of my residence? I hope that
Drop
thing's
that.
on.
Put that down.
I hope the camera's on, sir.
Put that
I
down.
really do. No, I'm working.
You need to
I live
listen to
here.
what I'm telling you
Have
to do
my
right now.
address. I'm not doing anything. I'm not doing anything
290,
illegal.
we're on
I
the
haven't done anything
east
wrong,
side of
so I'm not gonna
2333
listen to you.
Folsom.
I don't
Subject's
know you.
failing to comply,
You're actually
not
on my
sitting down,
property,
and he
and I
has
feel
some
unsafe.
kind of a blunt object in his hand.
Yeah.
I'm just going to follow until my cover gets here. Have a seat.
I'm not sitting
Sit
anywhere.
down.
I'm not sitting anywhere.
Sit down. Now.
Why?
Now. Do it now.
Why? Why?
I'm detaining you to investigate.
For what? For
Investigated
what?
trespass.
I live here.
You haven't confirmed that. Sit down.
I'm a student.
Sit down and I'll confirm it.
I'm not sitting anywhere.
Sit down now.
No.
Sit down.
No, I'm not sitting down.
Then you're probably going to get tased in a second.
Why?
Because you have a weapon. Put that down.
I have a weapon?
Put it down and comply with my orders.
That's not what you're doing, officer.
Do
You
it.
better think, because I got fucking... Dude, I could get lawyers, and you have a camera on you.
It's filming right now.
You're an idiot.
Have a seat,
Why would you
please.
think that you could tase me? I'm freaking picking up trash on my property.
I need to confirm it.
Which is where I live.
There's a sign.
I'm not doing anything illegal, and you're not gonna fucking tase me, officer. So
Sit
how do
down.
you think about that?
Sit down.
How do you feel about that, sir?
Sit
How
down
do you feel about
now.
that, sir? And get your freaking lieutenant here. All
They're
right?
on the way.
Yeah, good. Jackass.
Sit down now. I'm giving you another order to sit down.
I'm not doing anything wrong, and you're filming, and you know it. Alright? And you're filming, so you know I didn't do anything wrong. So you can't tase
290,
me,
we're now
you won't
behind.
tase me, and we're gonna wait for the
2333
lieutenant,
Folsom.
and you're gonna
Subject
get
is
some shit.
still failing to
You're
comply.
gonna get some shit, sir. Not
Sit
me.
down, sir.
No, I'm not sitting anywhere. You're not in control here. This is my property. I live here, not you.
Sit
Not
down
you.
so I can
live here.
continue
I
my
feel
investigation.
unsafe because you just
Sit down.
threatened to tase me.
Sit down.
I feel unsafe. No, point the camera here.
You have a dangerous object in your hand and you're failing to put it down.
I'm picking up trash.
Put it down.
You're
You're being detained.
Your hand is on your weapon, and you're gonna shoot me? That's what you're gonna do, officer?
290, we're still
You're gonna
behind
shoot a resident on his
2333 Folsom.
property for
Subject
picking up
is failing to
trash.
comply.
That's what you're gonna do, officer?
Sit down, sir.
Why don't you use your brain?
I asked you several times.
Use your intelligence. Are you gonna kill me?
Several times I've asked you.
On your weapon,
Yes,
I feel
it is.
threatened. That's
I
a
feel
fucking
threatened
gun.
because you're not
That's a
putting that
gun.
down. Yes, it is.
I'm picking up trash.
Put it down. I
I'm
told you
picking
many
up
times to
trash,
put it down.
And you're holding a gun.
Put it down.
And you're holding a gun.
Sir, put it down.
And you're holding a gun. How do you feel?
Put it down,
How do
sir.
you feel, officer? How do you feel? You're
Put
holding
it down.
a gun. How do you feel?
Sit down on the ground like
How
I've
do you
told
feel?
you many times
Or
before.
you're gonna shoot me? Or you're gonna shoot me, officer?
If you use that weapon against me,
A weapon.
then
I'm
yes, that
I'm
is a
20 feet
consideration.
From you. I'm minding my
All you have to do
business.
is comply right
Everything-
now.
Officer, you're gonna shoot me.
Just have a seat, man.
Shoot me? Are you fucking kidding me?
All I want to do is figure this out with you.
Camera on this guy.
Sit down. Sit down.
Yo, somebody, hey.
Right.
Somebody in 2333, get a camera on this officer. He has a gun in his hand, and he's gonna shoot me. And he's gonna shoot me. You got a camera? Exactly. That's my boy, Zinio, right there. This
Hey,
is
Fern,
my
we're
residence.
just to the east of
You're on my
Backcountry Pizza.
property with a gun in your hand.
Sit
threatening
down.
to shoot me because I'm picking up trash. I hope that
Sit
camera's
down.
on fucking camera. Where's your lieutenant?
Just sit down.
Where's your lieutenant? He has a fucking camera on you. You're gonna go to
Sir,
jail.
sit down.
Dude, you're not gonna get away with murder. You're not. Not today.
290, it's going
Not
to be
today.
Arapahoe.
You're not gonna get away with murder.
Sit down.
I'm not sitting down.
Look, I don't want this to go any further, but you need to
You're
comply
gonna
with my
shoot me?
orders.
I don't have a weapon.
That's a weapon.
This is a bucket.
No, that's a weapon. Right
This
there.
is a clamper for picking up garbage, sir.
Put it down. I'm telling you, I'm threatened
It's
by
not
it.
a weapon. You're not threatened. I'm threatened. You have a fucking gun that kills people. How am I supposed to kill someone with
Sit
this?
down, sir.
Dude, no. Keep that.
Sit
that on
down.
camera. He's got his gun in his hand. I'm gonna
Sit
sue
down.
the shit out of you, dude. I go to university here.
Sit
I'm gonna
down.
sue you.
You're
Ready to
refusing to
go.
comply with my
I'm not-
orders.
I'm not sitting down. I'm not sitting down, and you can't make me. Officer, he's got a gun.
Sit
He's
down.
Got a gun. He's got a gun.
Have a seat.
He's got a gun. He's
Sit
got
down.
A gun. What do you mean? This is my property.
290,
this is
we're
my house.
still giving
I
him
live
verbal
here.
commands, trying to get him to comply. Sit down and drop that object.
I don't have to do
Sit
anything.
down and drop it.
I'm on duty doing my work and my job, and this officer comes over here.
Drop the object.
Just relax. Are you serious? Just relax. No, Zinio, look at them. No, I'm not doing anything.
Have a seat. Drop it.
I'm not
Drop
with
it.
you.
Drop it.
Why do you all four of them look, dude? All four.
The police are telling you to do something. Do it.
You have a gun in your hand.
Yes, I do, because you're not listening.
You have a fucking gun
You
in
have
your
a
hand.
weapon.
I don't have a
Drop
weapon.
the weapon. Drop it.
I don't have a weapon.
Drop it now.
Focus on me. What are you doing? Focus on what do you mean? Focus
Drop
on
it
you. There's
now.
fucking 6 of you.
Just drop it.
Really? This is my property.
We're not going anywhere. You need to drop it. I haven't confirmed that yet. I told you I'm investigating a trespass. You didn't give me your address.
2333. I live in room 304.
That's the first time. Have a seat.
Are fucking threatening me on my property. I live here.
Hey, listen.
I'm a resident
The first thing you
of
need to
this
do is
fucking
drop
property.
that
I'm
item.
picking up garbage from my fucking dorm. I go to school here.
Drop it. Just
I go
drop
to
it and
school
sit.
Here. Okay, just talk. Don't fucking tell me what to do. You guys don't have a goddamn fucking right to be doing this to me.
Sit down
I'm a
and drop
citizen
it.
of this country.
Sit
I
down.
fucking pay my taxes. I am a student, and all of you have weapons drawn, and I
Sit
feel
down.
threatened.
Sit down and drop that
No!
object.
I will not sit down. I refuse to sit down until you guys put your fucking weapons away.
All right, watch this.
Put your goddamn weapons away.
Right there. Can we talk?
Put your fucking gun away.
Have a seat.
Put your fucking gun away.
Have a seat.
Put your gun away, and I will
I'm not
talk
putting
to
my
you.
gun away.
Then I'm not fucking doing a goddamn thing.
Back up
you
and have a
came
seat.
onto my property with your weapons drawn, threatening me.
Have a seat,
at the
sir.
place that I fucking sleep.
Back up.
How do you feel about that?
Back up.
How do you feel about
Back
that?
up and sit down, please.
Fucking tell me what to do. Wow, you're gonna shoot me?
No one's gonna shoot.
Or you're gonna tase me and arrest me and beat the shit out of me like every other fucking. Don't tell me what to do. Get off my property. Get off my property.
I'm asking you your name.
Get off my property.
I'm Officer Parker.
Great.
You want to tell me your name?
Why should I have to?
Because then we can have an adult conversation.
An adult conversation now?
Yeah.
You want to have an adult conversation after your fucking deputy pulled his gun on me?
I do want to talk to you. Yes.
Really?
That's correct.
You got it all on camera.
Yep, I do want to talk to you.
So how do you feel about that, sir?
Well, why don't you tell me your name and then we'll have a conversation.
Just talk to my partner.
I really don't think that that is okay with me.
Okay.
I don't feel like having how many strangers? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 officers of the law with guns drawn. On my property. I'm picking up trash for my job. He will refuse to put his weapon away. He refuses to put his weapon away, which is the first thing I asked for. And you want my name.
Yep, I'm Officer Parker.
And you have weapons drawn. You guys look like you're ready to go.
I got empty here.
You're ready to go, right?
But you won't
Just
tell
talk
me
to
your
him.
I'm not. Why? Why I gotta talk to him? Because you can't handle
Well,
your shit?
you don't seem to want to talk to me.
Up, dude. You called the whole cavalry.
You're not
For what?
listening.
For what?
You're not listening.
Do me a favor, just don't get any closer, okay? Can I step in and talk to you?
For what? Weapons drawn. Put your fucking
You need to
gun
put
away,
that down.
jackass.
I'm not putting my
Are
gun
you gonna
away.
shoot me? There's fucking cameras everywhere, dude. Are you gonna shoot me?
My plan is not to
Dude,
shoot you.
You said this is a weapon.
It can be used as a
Do you
weapon,
feel like
yes.
this is threatening? Yeah.
Can you put it away? Can you just drop it on the ground? I'll put my gun down.
You're on my property. No, set it down.
If you put that down, I'll put my gun away.
Why?
I told you why, because it can be used as a weapon.
Used as a weapon.
Right.
You're a jackass.
There you go. That's all I need.
Put your fucking gun away.
Yep, you got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Could you have a seat over here? Now we can talk.
Nope. I'm not sitting. You can sit.
Hey, Zayd.
What?
Okay, these nice people here told me that you are a resident.
Oh, wow.
So, Zayd,
What a fucking
that's
surprise.
what we were trying to find out, okay?
What a fucking surprise. I gave him my ID.
Okay.
And then he started taking down my fucking information, telling me this, that, and the other thing. And then I walk away, and he pulls his fucking taser out
So,
on me.
Zayd, I'm listening to you, and I just appreciate if you do the same. Okay. So, Zayd, if you were willing to sit down, this would bring everything down a little bit, and we could start going down.
I do not feel comfortable sitting down around a bunch of fucking murderers.
Okay. So, Zayd.
This guy was ready to kill me, sir.
Okay, so, Zayd, once again, I'm Officer Parker.
Oh, you're just gonna ignore what I just said, though?
No, I'm just trying to communicate
Okay.
as adult men.
Right.
Okay? So I think you can hear the fact that I'm just trying to be professional with you here.
No,
And get some communication going so where we can get this resolved. Because I now found out who you are. I found out that you're a resident here.
I gave him my ID. He knew who I was. I said my name was Zayd Atkinson.
Okay.
I gave him my ID. He asked me what the address was. I said 2333. I said, let me walk up to the door and beat myself into the building. And he refused to let me walk to my house.
Okay, Zayd. I'm
very much. How is that okay? How is that okay? I'm understanding you're upset. What do you mean you're understanding I'm upset? He came out with a shotgun. Of course I'm upset. He pulled out his
Party
fucking
has
gun
dropped his weapon.
and said that I'm a
We're
fucking
currently
threat.
trying to get him to comply.
On my own property, I'm a threat because I'm picking up garbage.
Take a step back or two from me, okay, so that I can feel.
Why don't you get off my property?
Okay.
Why don't you get off my property?
That's what I'm trying to resolve.
Why don't you get off my property and stop telling me what to do at my fucking house? How about that?
If you were willing to sit down, we could talk about
I'm not sitting down.
Okay.
Why don't you go home, officer? And why don't you guys go find some real criminals instead of wasting my goddamn time? How about that? I fucking live here. You think this is a joke? I fucking live here. You were ready to shoot me down. And you didn't know a goddamn thing. You're wasting all our fucking resources.
I didn't even point my gun
You're
at you,
wasting
sir.
all our resources. There's people out there actually committing crimes.
Like, can I
How do
tell
you
you
feel?
something? Can I
How
tell
do
you
you
something?
feel? You're ready to jump out of your skin because you know you fucking made a dumb mistake today.
Can I tell you something?
No. I don't want to hear it.
Okay.
I want you to get
Why
off
don't
my
you talk
property.
to my partner?
I don't want to talk to any of
Right
you
now, I need you to
boys.
sit down
I
so
want
we
you
can
guys
figure
to
it
get
out.
off my property and stop wasting my fucking time.
That's not going to happen until I confirm who you are and what you're doing.
You already know who I am. He just confirmed who I am.
I don't have your date of
want
birth,
my
which
ID
is what
back.
I asked for.
I want my ID back,
And,
please.
and when we've finished, then you can have
And
it
then
back.
you can go.
Can you have a seat so we can
I'm
talk
not
a little
sitting.
more?
And I don't think that I have to sit. I'm not sitting. This isn't like a game.
Right now, you're acting very.
We're gonna negotiate what we do here because I have my fucking rights, and you guys came onto my property, right, with suspicion of bullshit fucking accusations, right? I don't know what the fuck you guys are even here for. You haven't even told me what your purpose is.
You didn't give me a chance.
You haven't told me what your fucking purpose is, sir.
I'd be happy to if you could just have a seat.
I don't want to know anymore.
Okay.
What I want right now is I want my identification. I'm not fucking sitting down.
Well,
All right? And I
here's
hope
what we
that you
can do.
realize that, sir. I'm not fucking sitting
Here's
down.
what we can do. We can stand here all day.
All right. And you can
Or-
waste our resources when there's people out there committing crimes, right?
Or I
And
can
that's
get
what you're
your-
after, right? Criminals, right?
I can get your
Right?
name, your date of birth.
You have all my
Find
stuff.
out. I don't have your date of birth yet. There's
Why
no.
do you need my information?
I
Why are
explained
you
it to
coming
you.
onto my property asking me for my information? This is where I fucking live. I don't need to give you shit. I didn't do shit. I fucking live here.
Do we just want to stand here?
I
Then?
live here. Go get the fucking go get everybody. Call everybody.
That's not how it works.
Call everybody. Then we'll have a standoff, dude. Are you fucking kidding me? This is stupid. I live here.
Hang
You
out
came
and
on
just
my
talk to my
property
partner.
and you fucking took my identification, dude. I live here, not you. You need to tell me who the fuck you are.
So I saw him sitting here.
Yeah, you need to tell me who the
Right
fuck
in
you
this
are.
area, saw
What's
the
your
private
name?
property sign. Thought maybe he wasn't really doing anything. He's kind of milling about, and then he'd come back down, sit, milling about, come back down to sit. And then when I came into the alley, he stood up, and I saw that he had that metal thing, and it looked like he was kind of banging it, like against the. So I wasn't sure if he was like trying to damage something, or. And then I addressed him, and then he proceeded to walk around here, and I saw it was like a device for picking up trash, and he was picking up trash. So I contacted him and just asked him, hey, can I, let me chat with you? I'm just checking to make sure that you have a right to be here. And then he initially talks to me, I ask him why he's here, and he says he lives here and works here, and I ask him for the address, and he turns and reads it off of the building.
Okay.
And he won't tell me his apartment number. He gives me like some kind of school ID, but it doesn't have a date of birth, so I ask him for his date of birth.
Do you get it?
No. At that point, he refuses, and he starts walking away, picks up that metal object and the bucket and walks away from me. I just follow him at a distance until cover gets here.
Okay. So we confirmed that he lives here, right?
No.
Well, he just did.
Okay.
Parker just did. He confirmed that he lives there.
According to him, he lives here. He just provided a unit number finally. I don't have a date of birth. I don't know who he is.
Okay. All right. So let's. You got his information in terms of his name and all that?
I just have his name.
Okay. Then give him his ID back, and then we're out of here. Yeah, because we already confirmed he's there, and this gentleman here just said, yeah, he works here and lives here. So.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think he just.
could have got me killed today, apparently. Where's my bucket? Yeah, I'm gonna get back to work. Why don't you guys go do some real work? Some real police work. Huh?
All right, and you are the parents of the two beautiful sisters in back of you?
Yes.
Yes. And
I didn't lie to you on that polygraph, I promise.
Chris,
I know.
Chris, stop. It's time. Just
I'm-
stop for a minute. Take a deep breath. I want you to take a deep breath right now.
There's a reason you feel sick to your stomach. And when people hold stuff inside, it makes you physically ill. And I can just tell on your face, I could tell from the second you walked in that you were wanting to just come clean and just be done with this.
This is a technique known as social exchange, an interpersonal persuasion strategy in which the interrogator provides the suspect with a psychological reward in return for the information they need. In this case, she's trying to convince Chris that the alleviation of mental weight is a worthy trade for a confession. She does this in a manner that protects his self-esteem by giving him appreciative reinforcements.
And I appreciate that because you knew sitting down in that chair that you weren't going to pass today. And you knew I was going to find out because I told you that. And then you continued to stay knowing that you could, at the end, say, you know what, I just need to get this off my chest.
Everything that I've told you, I did not lie on this polygraph. I don't know how much I could tell you right now, like, I did not.
It's not even an option right now because you did not pass the polygraph, so I know you were being deceptive. So that's not even an issue right now. The issue right now is what happened to Shanann, Bella, and Celeste.
The following tactic is called the futility technique, a building block to induce a sense in a suspect that any resistance on behalf of their cause is futile due to the overwhelming evidence against them. This was obviously not the case, as polygraphs are not admissible evidence, and Chris was in fact still free to leave at this point.
That's the issue right now.
Okay.
Okay, so let's talk about that.
I've
I know you want to tell us. I can see it in your face. Holding this lie in is going to do nothing for you.
I know this. Like,
Okay.
I'm not, like, trying to, like, cover things up, like...
Yeah, but you kind of are, because it's normal.
This is no longer an interview to collect information. The steps of asking questions and receiving answers is over, and the interrogators are now in the process of leading the suspect into a state of mental exhaustion. The detectives will attentively watch for denials and stop them before they can be voiced. Letting the suspect deny his guilt will only increase his confidence and prolong his cerebral stamina.
Normal people would do that. Normal people that make a mistake initially are going to go, I don't know what you're talking about, I didn't do anything. That's normal. I would expect that. That's a natural reaction that someone's going to initially lie about something like that and then eventually tell the truth. So this is your eventually telling the truth time. This is where the rubber meets the road, Chris. Like, don't let this continue any longer, please.
I'm not trying to make anything continue. Like, I want them back home, like...
But you know they're not coming back home. You know that.
I don't know in the back of my head. I hope they come back home.
But you know they're not.
Chris, Tammy and I are confused, okay? And here's what we're confused about. I told you that we've done some work overnight.
Yeah.
I told you that we've got a lot of leads, okay? That wasn't a lie.
I know.
We know a lot more than you think we do, okay?
The dossier technique is a variant of the futility technique, the only difference being that the detectives are far more cryptic and often deceptive about the evidence they have. This will hint at things in a vague manner for the purpose of escalating a suspect's uncertainty.
Where are they?
I don't know where they're at. Honestly, I do not know where they are at. If I could have my babies back home right now, I would. I want them back. I want everybody back. That is the God's honest truth.
Although the detectives want to intensify Chris's psychological stress levels, they do not want him to become reactively agitated, as this could lead him to objecting and resisting every step of the way, and the interrogation will never get off the ground. It also significantly increases the chances of him requesting legal counsel and ending the interrogation outright. This elicits the interrogator to change approach and utilize what is known as the ego-up technique, where the detective will build on the self-respect of the suspect through positive reinforcement.
It is very surprising to me, and it warms my heart that you're the type of dad who can pack a bag in the morning, and you know just what to put in there, and you know just what to put in there as a backup in case they have an accident, okay? You know what the clothes to put in there, you know what they have for breakfast, you know what they have for a snack, and a dinner, and a nighttime snack. You can tell me the book you read to your daughters, okay? I know you love them, but you are here today lying about something else. So we need to talk about that, okay?
I cheated on her.
I know. And this is very good.
I saw her, took my breath away, and I never thought in a million years that could happen.
I know.
I never felt that way about anybody in my lifetime.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not proud of it. She accused me of it. I denied it. I cheated on her, and I feel horrible for it. Like, she was pregnant, and it was, I don't want to, I didn't hurt her.
You're doing a good job. This is the Chris that I knew would come out today. This is the Chris who tells the truth because you're a truth teller. I don't think this girl did anything to hurt anybody. When you leave her out of it,
okay,
get back to your wife and your daughters.
Okay.
Where are they?
That I do not know. That was what I was holding back. Like, I didn't know, like, what I did. I know.
Chris, in the interview today, you weren't asked about infidelity. You were asked about...
I was holding back from last night.
That's not why you failed today.
That's not how that works.
Here's the challenge that we have. We knew about Nikki, and so we didn't need to ask you about her in the polygraph. We just didn't need to, because we knew, okay? And so that's why we didn't ask you, because we already knew the answer, okay? We're very, very worried about your daughters and your wife.
I am too.
This should have been the happiest time of your marriage, okay? You and Shanann. This should have been the happiest time. She's making a little money. She's making good money. You're making great money. You both have a job. You have beautiful kids. You have a beautiful house. You're in Colorado. Clean air, good people. Okay? And on top of that, you look pretty good now. You're pretty fit. Okay? This should have been a time in your marriage where you guys were happy and thriving and productive. Okay? And I believe that Shanann's the reason none of that happened.
This is called the how and why solution, a technique that allows the suspect to admit a lesser act and blame the victims, while at the same time minimizing the crime and motivations of his actions.
I believe that she's a controlling person. Maybe doesn't listen to you as much as she should. I think that she can do whatever she wants and you can't. Okay? I think if you were to go to a restaurant, she would order whatever the hell she wants. And as soon as you order a nice steak, she says, whoa, buddy. It's because you're a good person. And I think that she started on the path to leave the marriage. Okay? It's ironic that we're talking about you and Nikki. I think that she was the one who started on that path first. What do you think about that?
I wouldn't have thought about that.
Yeah. The other thing I think is interesting is, even though she is that type of person that's controlling, doesn't listen, does what she wants, is walking away from her kids, here you are defending her. Because to your core, you want to take care of the people you love. Okay. And that's the reason why we want to give you an opportunity today to just help us find them. Okay? Chris, right now your dad's outside. He flew across the country to help. Okay? You're lying to him. You're lied to everyone you talk to. And they all bought it. Will you please help us find your babies?
I want to find them. I've told you over and over, I want to find everyone.
Can you understand that some of this just doesn't make sense to us? How is it possible that a woman and 2 kids are just completely gone off the face of the earth?
I promise you, I have nothing on my hands. I did nothing to those kids or her to make them vanish.
As the interrogation goes on, the constant and relentless psychological pressure essentially puts Chris at the edge of his ability to function cognitively. It's a slow and methodical process of breaking down his resistance while maintaining a balance of pugnacious and reassuring psychological techniques.
I just find it hard to hear you talk about just having this emotional, conversation with Shanann, and you're bawling and crying together, and you have not shed one tear in 2 days that you've been here. Not one. And help me understand that, because I don't get it. These are your baby girls, and you have not shed one tear over them not being around. Chris, I lose my 4-year-old in the store for 10 seconds, and I start to go panic. I have not seen any of that from you at all. Help me understand that.
I love those girls. I would never do any just because I haven't shed a tear.
No, that's weird. Is that weird?
Don't look into that like I don't love my kids.
Well, tell
I love
me,
my wife.
explain to me. You're crying with your wife that you're leaving her.
Yeah.
But you don't cry that your 2 little baby girls
I'm hoping they're still around somewhere. I'm hoping they're still somewhere.
In the next moments, you will see step 7 of the Reed interrogation technique known as the alternative question, where the suspect is given an alternative and far more morally acceptable choice for what happened.
Chris, did Shanann do something to them?
No, I don't know.
I'm serious.
I have no clue.
No, you would have known, because they didn't leave the house. Did Shanann do something to them, and then did you feel like you had to do something to Shanann?
They were at the house when I left. They were there.
They weren't there. They didn't leave. They vanished.
They were
The
there.
only way they could have left is in your truck.
Did Shanann do something?
Something happened in the house that you know about. We know that something happened to all 3 of them. But I want to know, did something happen to these baby girls first that you had to take into your own hands and deal with?
You had to clean it up for Shanann.
Chris, you gotta tell us. There's something that happened to these baby girls. Look at them.
I know. Before he came in, I was watching videos.
We have no doubt you love these girls with all of your heart. I have no doubt. But we make mistakes.
That's okay.
It's what we do with those mistakes that make us who we are.
Chris, it seems like you're thinking about it right now. What are you thinking about?
She couldn't have.
I feel like you cleaned up for her. I feel like that's the type of guy that you are.
Chris, this is a weight that's going to be on you for the rest of your life until we resolve it tonight. Unless we can talk about this more tonight, this is going to follow you forever. I promise you, when you start talking to us, you will feel better.
Chris, we're giving you a lifeline right now. You need to take it. You need to reach out and take it. Chris, you took them out of the house with their blankets and their animals. And that's because you cared. That's what a caring dad does. And you either cleaned up after Shanann or you made the mistake. And I mean, I want to believe that maybe Shanann did it and you felt compelled to fix this so Shanann didn't look bad. That's what I want to believe. But I don't know, you're not telling me that, so it makes me think the worst. Like, did you
do that to
all 3 of them?
I did
Like,
not do anything to these kids. Not do anything.
what did Shanann do to them? Tell us, Chris. Chicks are crazy.
Can I talk to my dad or something?
Absolutely.
Come.
Do you want to bring him in here?
No, I just need to talk to my dad. Like, he flew across the country.
Hey, How about this? If we brought your dad in here, would you please tell him what happened?
You need to realize that your dad is not going to stop loving you no matter what you tell him. You are his child, and he will not stop loving you.
Never.
Ever.
And this is not the last chapter in anyone's story. At all. Okay. Hey Chris, we're gonna let you have however much time you need, okay?
Sure. You gonna leave us in there or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Tell us how long thing or?
And this, polygraph, failed it. Yeah, cause there's
too much emotions.
It's.
Anything else you wanna tell me? What's going on? Or what happened or anything? You know anything about?
When we had that conversation that morning, it was emotional, it was told her about separation and everything like that.
Mm-hmm. What happened after that?
I mean, I'll be downstairs. I want to protect her.
What?
I want to protect her.
You don't want to protect her?
I don't know what else to say.
Huh? She hurt him?
Yeah. And
What now?
I got her.
You hurt her? What? Just smell it.
Or choking. I didn't hear anything. And then when I was downstairs, I came back up. They were gone. Talking to her about separation and everything about, and she lost her. I don't know, like, what else to say, like, I freaked out. Those are my kids. I heard like a little commotion upstairs, but I didn't think anything of it.
Mm-hmm. And then we went back upstairs and she was...
There. I could see, like, she was on top.
Choking her or... She was yelling.
They're blue.
Both of them.
Yeah.
She choked both of them with that.
I freaked out at the same thing.
Rage.
What's that?
Less than 10 seconds after the mention of the word lawyer, the detectives re-enter the room and immediately reinforce Chris with non-verbal empathic communication. They immediately divert Chris's attention from the well-informed advice of his father to their own appreciative reception of his contemporary admittance.
Chris, help us work through this with you, okay? Will you tell us what you told your dad?
She was in there with her. On top of her. Freaked out. I ran in there and got on top of her.
What'd you do?
Blue. Those are my babies. Those are my kids.
What happened?
Being hurt.
Who's your name?
Although not the full avowal they are pursuing, Chris has still confessed partly to the crimes, and they now have one foot in the door. He is no longer free to leave. The interrogation now returns to a non-suggestive process, where the detectives will collect further information, where they will not contaminate with excessive or direct input.
I have no idea what's going on. I'm shaking. Both my kids are blue and they're gone. I feel horrible for what I did. I don't know what to do.
That's the hard part. I have left details where they're at.
You have to get them out of the cold.
At that first location I went to that day. I don't know what to do.
I know.
I didn't know what to do. Like, none of this made sense. Why would she hurt my fucking girls? I'm sorry.
I know you are. I know you came in today to do the right thing. Where'd you put them? Nothing.
In the truck.
Did Shanann fight back at all when you did that?
The rage that I had after seeing that, I didn't know what else to do.
I know, so tell me what you did. I know.
I didn't know what else to do. I was so scared.
I know.
It's like, no, I just did this, and I just did that. What do I do?
Right.
You were in a tough spot. I mean, what can you do, right?
Your body just kind of takes over and...
What's gonna happen?
We're gonna help them get out of there. Chris, I know they're gone, but they're still your babies, and you're still their dad.
You don't want them out there.
I don't want them out there.
And you don't want someone else to find them out there. You don't, I promise you. You give us a second so we can kind of get some things arranged. You do that?
I don't know what the fuck to do. This is just fucking horrible. I've always said she was an unstable person, but I never thought that in a million years that could happen. Why did this happen to me? Well, why did this happen to those two little girls?
That's like when we on the news and stuff.
No, not tonight. Whereabouts? Just Shanann and the girls. The S for Shanann, okay. And where are the girls at? In these? So, how did you dig this out? I'm assuming that's under dirt. How did you dig that?
So it sounds like, I mean, it feels like to me, now we know pretty well how to go get them. Is there anything else we need to know?
Can you think of that question?
Let my family down. Let my dad down. Let my mom, sister, nephew, nieces, friends, co-workers.
Can I ask you another tough question? Let's get it all on the table. When you see Shanann choking, strangling Celeste, and you get her off of Celeste, do you think about calling an ambulance?
I see you lying there blue and limp. I'd never seen something like that in my life. And she just like lay over, like nothing was moving at all. No gas, no breath. She was totally just blue.
After the baseline information of Chris's version of events is gathered, he is now locked into an alibi and timeline of affairs that forensics will subsequently examine and dissect in ways so they can use it against him. The tone of the interrogation then reverts back from information gathering to a confrontational nature.
So Chris, you're doing this job for a long time.
I know.
I know a lot about psychology and as far as like what people are thinking. Most parents will never even want to fathom that their kid is dead. Even if their kid's stiff, blue in bed, I mean stiff like been dead all night, they still call an ambulance to see if someone can revive their child. And when the ambulance gets there and they're like, gosh, their kid's been dead all night, like there's nothing we can do. And the parents are like, why are you not doing something? What are you talking about? So that's what we're used to. So that's why I want you to explain to me like what was going on in your head and
The rage I felt for what she did, it just took over.
I would hate for Shanann to get a bad rap if she didn't have anything to do with it. You know, it's not fair.
I know.
It's not fair.
There is no technical term for this approach, yet it's a clear attempt by the detective to interconnect to the suspect's sense of morality, which is always under the assumption that they have any.
Like enough bad stuff has happened. Like we need to stop the bad stuff from happening. So you want to tell us the truth?
That is true.
So you're good with the public knowing that Shanann killed her daughters?
I did not hurt these girls.
Are you okay with the public knowing that Shanann?
Yes, because I did not hurt these girls. Chris, I'm not sure what to do.
Are you sure Shanann didn't catch you in?
No, my God, no.
Don't get mad, but what it looks like is that you found a new life, and the only way to get that new life was to get rid of the old life. And I think that you killed these girls before their mom came home, and then killed Shanann. And that's what we're kind of left, that's what we have to believe, because it just doesn't make sense. I mean, to her point, if I walked in and my kid was decapitated, I'd call an ambulance, right? So
knowing there's no hope.
It just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't add up. So either you're this monster who says, I just want this young, hot girlfriend, so I'm going to kill everyone and hope it works out, or something. So I think we're very, very close to the truth, but not quite there yet. So if you're not that monster...
I'm not a monster.
So what's going to happen when their cause of death comes back to you for the girls?
It's not going to.
Okay. You sure?
I'm 100% positive it's not going to come back to me.
And what happens when a coroner looks and says, sees your fingerprints on their neck?
It's not going to be my fingerprints.
Okay. What is it going to be?
It's going to be Shanann.
Why take their bodies out of the house and bury them?
I was scared. I didn't know what else to do.
Okay.
Nothing was gonna, I didn't know what to do.
Yeah.
I honestly didn't know what to do.
Scared of what?
Scared of what everything was gonna look like. My two babies were gone, and I just did that to my wife. And I was the only one left in the house. What do you expect is gonna happen?
Yeah. It did look bad, right?
It looked
Today's video, in today's video, you guys are going to make that diagnosis. I know you've learned a lot over the last year, so you're going to figure this one out. So in the comments section, tell me what you think the problem is with this foot and what you would do to fix it. If you see a comment that you think is correct, give them a thumbs up, and we'll see if you're right at the end of this video. Need a hint? There's actually two problems with this claw. Testing out, we'll see how it works. All right, guys, I hope you've locked in your guesses because you're about to get the answer right now. Problem number one, this girl suffered from a white line defect, which was then colonized by digital dermatitis. Problem number two, you saw the block, so that's part of the treatment. And now to treat the dermatitis, we're going to give her a salicylic acid wrap. Did you get everything right? I'm sure you did. Pretty simple for all the pros out there. Get this foot wrapped up. We'll send her on her way and see how she walks on this new type of block. All right, guys, that's going to do it for this video. This coming week, we are going to have the follow-up, the 9-day follow-up from that cow from the thunderstorm video. See how she's doing. Until then, is a false sole, and why does it happen? Well, in essence, it's a response to trauma. What happens is when we have some type of trauma, like in this case, we've got a white line lesion, there's an interruption or a stoppage of horn production, and then we have a separation. Then when horn production begins to try to heal that lesion, there's a separation between those two layers. And in this case, if she had healed this lesion on her own that first time, this would all be good new sole that we would see here. But because that problem was not resolved, we actually are going to have several layers of interrupted sole production, or several false soles. Here you can see what it looks like after we've gotten that first false sole off of there. And you can tell by the discoloration in that next layer, that lighter gray looking area, that's an indication that there's another sole that we need to remove here. This is where the hook on that knife comes in handy. I'm able to slide it up underneath that loose horn, and I'm able to slightly pull back as I'm cutting, so I keep that knife edge away from any lesion that may be underneath there. Here's what it looks like now that we've got that second false sole removed, and there's still some more loose horn to go here, but it gives you an idea of what those first two layers look like now that we've got them gone. So we've got that initial outer layer, we've got the next layer down that we removed, and now we're down to that third layer, which is the layer where the lesion is currently located. So now that we've removed all the false layers and we've gotten down to the true sole, it's just a matter of removing all this loose horn from around the lesion and getting this lesion itself cleaned up, and we'll move on. For those of you new to this channel or just hoof trimming in general, the trimming of hoof like this does not cause the cow any pain. It's much the same as us trimming our fingernails. She's got, in this case, an underlying lesion that's causing her discomfort, so we need to remove the hoof from around it so that it can heal and make her more comfortable long term. But you can see that she's not really showing any signs of discomfort with me working on that. I'm just cleaning that up so that the underlying lesion can heal up. So here you can get a better look at that lesion. And if you look real close right around it, you can see it has shrunk in size considerably, and she was healing this on her own. But by us trimming this now, we're actually speeding up this process and allowing that lesion to heal at a much faster pace. So we're going to put a block on there, wrap this foot with salicylic acid, and we'll get her back to her pen. Sometimes I get questions about the size of the block that I use. They're large blocks, but the reason I use that is I want to have it extend out beyond the heel on the cow, so that we have, over time, it doesn't slip toward the toe or have them rock back on their heels. I don't want that to happen, so I line up that block with the front of the toe, allow it to extend back. I don't want any glue up the heel bulb area, but that way that block will stay in position longer if need be. All right, guys, thanks for watching. That's going to do it for this video. We will see you all on the next one.
This is cow 886, and as you can see, she was in a horrendous amount of pain just a few weeks ago when we first saw her. So I was desperate to get her in the crush so that we could get her feet in the air and see if there was anything at all we could do to help her.
It'll be interesting to see just how much we can help her. Hopefully we can.
Hopefully I wouldn't live to regret saying those words. Once she was in the crush, we got her back left foot in the air and immediately found one of her problems. She had a problem with the heel of her medial claw. That's the inner claw. Usually cows get problems with the outside or the lateral claw of their back feet, so this case was a little unusual. It was mild though, and we applied a block, so hopefully that fixed that. As you can see, her front foot was a completely different story. She had an abscess deep within the white line area of her medial or inside claw. Remember, she could barely touch the ground, let alone actually stand on this foot before she came into the crush, and this would explain exactly why that was. As this trim progressed, it got worse and worse. The infection or abscess had caused the whole of her sole to delaminate or separate or split away from the corium. So we removed all of the over
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Nate the Hook. Interesting, and want to see more like this? You'll see. Help me to investigate this further.
Welcome to Audit the Audit, where we sort out the who and what and the right and wrong of police interactions. This episode covers pedestrian violations, undercover officers, and impeding an investigation, and comes to us from James McClinnis for Pinellas County Sheriff's Channel. Be sure to check out the description below and give them the credit that they deserve. James Edward McClinnis is a New York City native who was raised in Detroit and eventually decided to retire in Pinellas County, Florida. After a destructive and emotionally taxing divorce, Mr. McClinnis was awarded full custody of his young daughter, and he claims that after their divorce, his estranged ex-wife started dating deputies from the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office. Mr. McClinnis claims that this launched a campaign of targeted harassment against him that resulted in over 150 false police reports, 7 fraudulent domestic violence injunctions, 22 false child protective investigation reports, and 4 false arrests from 2009 to 2015. During these events, Mr. McClinnis began recording his interactions with the Sheriff's Office, and this eventually led him actively exposing misconduct within the department and advocating for police reform as a whole. When his complaints were consistently ignored by Pinellas County Sheriff Bob Gualtieri, Mr. McClinnis decided to run against him for sheriff in 2016. And although he did not win the election, Mr. McClinnis did manage to garner over 100,000 votes as an independent candidate, and has publicly stated that he plans to run again. The interaction featured on today's episode occurred sometime around January 5th, 2020, and features several deputies from the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office who were parked along a residential street as they conducted an investigation at a nearby residence. Mr. McClinnis began filming as he approached the scene from the middle of the street.
Just all the undercover police cars. Police sheriffs at this house. Undercover.
I don't know, take a video of
And-
tags and stuff like that.
And this one here does not look like a police vehicle.
What exactly are you doing? Just curious.
Just taking video.
See how you're doing that is any further purpose. Just ask.
It's a First Amendment protected activity.
What's that?
It's a First Amendment protected activity.
Hey, sir. You know what else says that? ID on you?
I don't need ID.
Yes, you do need ID.
No, I don't need to ID.
If you're coming into the middle of our investigation, you do.
Actually, this is the middle of the street, and I'm
Then
walking
you're
on a
not
public
supposed
street.
to be in the middle of the street, so that's a violation.
Actually, there's no sidewalks here, so it's not.
You cannot be in the middle of the street.
Well, you notice you're blocking the way on the side of the street.
All right, let me get a pad. You have ID at all?
I don't have to show ID. I have not committed a crime.
Did you drive here?
No.
But you have to ID who you are.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
Under Florida statutes, we're not an ID upon demand state.
When an officer informs Mr. McClinnis that he cannot walk in the middle of the street, Mr. McClinnis argues that he can because there are no sidewalks and the officers have blocked the side of the road with their cars. Section 316.130 of the Florida statute states that, quote, where sidewalks are not provided, any pedestrian walking along and upon a highway shall, when practicable, walk only on the shoulder on the left side of the roadway in relation to the pedestrian's direction of travel, facing traffic which may approach from the opposite direction. Although the statute creates an exception to the rule for when walking on the shoulder is not practicable, the officers' vehicles were blocking the right side shoulder and not the left, where the statute required Mr. McClinnis to walk. Because it was practicable for Mr. McClinnis to walk on the left side shoulder, he was committing a type of non-criminal traffic infraction known as a pedestrian violation by walking in the middle of the road under these circumstances. Despite this, Florida's Stop and Identify law did not authorize the police officers to detain Mr. McClinnis and demand his identification. Section 901.151 of the Florida statute states, quote, whenever any law enforcement officer of this state encounters any person under circumstances which reasonably indicate that such person has committed, is committing, or is about to commit a violation of the criminal laws of this state or the criminal ordinances of any municipality or county, the officer may temporarily detain such person for the purpose of ascertaining the identity of the person. Because walking in the middle of the road was a non-criminal pedestrian violation and not a violation of criminal law, Mr. McClinnis could not be detained under Florida law and was permitted to refuse to identify himself.
Am I being detained?
I said I was getting my notepad. Hey, are you writing him a ticket? You do understand when there's not a sidewalk, there's a certain direction that you need to write. You need to walk on the street, right? You can't just walk down the middle.
Well, when you have all the cars blocking the side of the road, it makes it kind of difficult.
Okay, well, guess what, Harry Mason? Since you're so good on the
What's,
First
are you a
Amendment and the
police officer?
Constitution and all that,
I'm asking you to
read the
identify yourself.
statutes. Excuse me?
I'm asking you to identify yourself. Are you a police officer?
Yes, I am.
Can you please give me your name and badge number?
No.
Are you refusing to identify yourself?
What, is there a Florida state statute that says I must?
I think it's are you a Pinellas County Sheriff?
Yes, I am.
Well, isn't it a Pinellas County Sheriff general order that when a citizen asks you to identify yourself as an officer, what if I want to file a complaint against you? How am I supposed to be able to do that?
Then you'll get it.
Mr. McClinnis asks the officer if there is a Pinellas County Sheriff's Office policy that requires deputies to identify themselves, and the officer does not give a clear response. Unfortunately, the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office has not made its policies publicly available, so I was unable to confirm whether such a policy exists. While law enforcement officers generally do not have a legal duty to disclose their identities, some municipalities have passed laws requiring officers to identify themselves if asked. More commonly, a local police department will create policies or other regulations that require officers to identify themselves in certain situations. But a violation of one of these policies can usually only result in department discipline and is not considered illegal. The fact that the officers in this situation are either undercover or plainclothes officers complicates the analysis of whether they need to disclose their identity. Contrary to popular belief, undercover officers do not have to reveal their law enforcement status, even when they are asked directly. In fact, the law generally does not prohibit police officers from lying while performing their duties, and the U.S. Supreme Court has found on multiple occasions that the use of undercover agents does not violate the Constitution. For example, in the 1966 case of Hoffa versus United States, the court held that placing an undercover agent near a suspect to gather incriminating information was permissible under the Fifth Amendment. While Mr. Hoffa was on trial, he confessed to an individual who was cooperating with law enforcement that he had attempted to bribe jury members. The court concluded that the statements were not coerced, and the fact that Mr. Hoffa had been fooled into thinking the informant was a sympathetic colleague did not affect the voluntariness of his statements. Similarly, in the 1990 case of Illinois versus Perkins, the Supreme Court concluded that, quote, an undercover law enforcement officer posing as a fellow inmate need not give Miranda warnings to an incarcerated suspect before asking questions that may elicit an incriminating response. Given the discretion granted to undercover officers, even if the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office did have a policy requiring officers to identify themselves, it is possible it would not apply to the officers in this interaction.
How am I supposed to file a complaint against you?
Okay. What do you want to file a complaint for? Because if you want it, I'll give it to you.
I do want it. I've
Okay,
asked for
but
it.
let me finish my train of thought
Go
first
ahead.
before you interrupted me with all your Perry Mason stuff. Do you understand that there is a Florida state statute against walking in the middle of the roadway? Which is what you understand that?
When I come out of
It's a yes or no question.
Sir, do you understand the question that's been asked of you?
You have the
Do you understand
you
the
have the
question
street
that's been
blocked.
asked of you? Sir, the street is
You
not
have the
blocked.
street blocked.
The street
Yes.
is not blocked.
Yes.
You walk past actual vehicles that are here.
Yes.
You just drove by us. How are we blocking you?
Exactly.
You
Okay,
are
I guess
blocking
that
the
pretty much answers your
pathway on the
question,
side
doesn't
on the side of the road. This is the intimidation that the Pinellas County Sheriffs try and use if you exercise your First Amendment activity.
No,
They surround
actually-
you, accuse you of crimes, refuse to identify
It's not a
themselves,
crime, it's a
intimidate
civil
yourself.
infraction.
Why aren't you continuing with your investigation? Why are you out here bothering me? I walk by with my camera,
Because you
videotape.
committed a civil infraction in front of me. You got a problem with that?
There was no civil infraction. You're blocking the road.
I just explained to you what you did. Walking in the middle of the road is a pedestrian violation.
And when you have the side of the road blocked and there are no sidewalks here, it's not a pedestrian violation. But nice try.
You're right. You're the expert. You know, I've only spent 20 years doing this job. You're the expert, though, right?
After 20 years, you still
What
think it's
exactly
necessary?
statute is it? Do you
After
know what
20
statute
after
it is?
20 years, you think it's actually necessary to come out in the street and bother people who are walking by?
You can't walk in the middle of the road.
And when you have the street blocked,
street's
the
not
side
blocked.
of the side of the road blocked,
The street's not blocked.
you have the side of the road blocked.
The street's not blocked.
Sir.
Yeah.
The street's not
Shine,
blocked.
shine your phone that way, because I want to make sure that you see this as well, that this is on video.
Yeah, I'll shine the phone.
So from here, all the way through, past the area that you actually walk through, the street is not blocked.
This
The
side of the street
vehicles
is
are on
blocked.
the curb, but you actually walked. So how is that actually blocking
This side of the street
streets?
is blocked.
Okay.
And there's
so,
no sidewalks here.
So here's the thing right now. This is what I would tell you. We have an investigation that
I
we're
see
working
that.
on here right now, and you're impeding that investigation. So is
Actually-
there anything
actually-
else you would like to talk
Actually,
about?
by walking down the middle of the street and
Is there
conducting a
anything
First
else that you
Amendment
would like to talk
activity,
about? Is there anything else you would like
I
to
didn't
talk
want to
about?
talk to you, any of you, in the first place.
Have a good day, sir.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You can leave now.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
One of the officers accuses Mr. McClinnis of impeding their investigation, which is not the name of a criminal offense in the state of Florida. Section 843.02 of the Florida statute states the quote, "Whoever shall resist, obstruct, or oppose any officer in the execution of legal process or in the lawful execution of any legal duty without offering or doing violence to the person of the officer shall be guilty of a misdemeanor of the first degree." Section 843.01 of the Florida statutes also criminalizes resisting, obstructing, or opposing an officer with violence, but we will not discuss it in detail since it does not apply to this situation. While it is not clear exactly what conduct by Mr. McClinnis the officer believed was obstructing him, recording police officers in the performance of their duties is considered First Amendment protected activity that, on its own, does not constitute obstructing an officer. The only other conduct Mr. McClinnis engaged in was speaking with the officers after they spoke to him. In the 1995 case of DG versus State, the Second District Court of Appeal of Florida stated that, quote, if a police officer is not engaged in executing process on a person, is not legally detaining that person, or has not asked the person for assistance with an ongoing emergency that presents a serious threat of imminent harm to person or property, the person's words alone can rarely, if ever, rise to the level of an obstruction. Thus, obstructive conduct rather than offensive words are normally required to support a conviction under this statute. Similarly, in the 2002 case of DeRuthi versus City of Miami, the United States District Court in the Southern District of Florida determined that a police officer did not have probable cause to arrest an individual for obstructing an officer when he continued to film an encounter after being asked to return to the sidewalk. The court concluded that because the individual began moving in the direction of the sidewalk after being asked, quote, the fact that he continued to film and did not move as quickly as possible does not make an arrest for resisting, obstruction, or opposing an officer reasonable. Although the Southern District of Florida's decision in this case was overturned by the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals for other reasons, the Court of Appeals did not invalidate the district court's analysis of the obstruction issue. Therefore, given the way the courts have interpreted this statute, it seems highly unlikely that a court would conclude that Mr. McClinnis was engaged in obstructive conduct.
I still can't walk down this side of the street.
Asked you and told you to leave. Leave now.
So I have to leave the street.
Leave this investigation right now.
So where is the investigation? Where's the blue line? Is it over here? Is it over here? Is it over here? Is she impeding the investigation too? I'm just curious.
Mr. McClinnis continued to film the police vehicles as he slowly left the scene without further incident, and went on to attempt to file complaints against the deputies involved. Mr. McClinnis began by submitting a public records request for the names of the deputies. However, his request was denied, because Section 119.07 of Florida's public record law provides an exception for, quote, any information revealing undercover personnel of any criminal justice agency. After speaking to Mr. McClinnis, he pointed out another interesting aspect of this encounter that is easy to miss if you're not watching closely. When Mr. McClinnis initially approached this red SUV that appears to be an undercover patrol vehicle, there was a handicap placard hanging on the rearview mirror. But at some point in the encounter, the officer occupying that vehicle removed the placard, and it is no longer visible when Mr. McClinnis pans in that direction. Mr. McClinnis told me that he also submitted a public records request for the information regarding this placard, but that request was once again denied under the authority of Section 119.07, which also excludes, quote, any information revealing surveillance techniques or procedures. Mr. McClinnis told me that he does not intend to file a lawsuit because he is currently wrapped up in too many legal battles to take on another one, but he plans to continue his work of exposing police misconduct and running for sheriff until elected. Overall, the Pinellas County Sheriff's deputies get an F. Because although there is an argument to be made that Mr. McClinnis was committing a civil infraction, the officers displayed a fundamental misunderstanding of Florida's identification laws, baselessly accused Mr. McClinnis of impeding their investigation, and maintained a rude and condescending attitude throughout the encounter. The most alarming part of this interaction is the fact that none of the deputies even attempted to engage in a productive dialogue with Mr. McClinnis. Instead, the deputies immediately demanded to see his ID and accused him of committing a violation. If the deputies were legitimately working undercover, then their refusal to identify themselves could be considered justified. However, it certainly does create a catch-22 scenario, because without the deputy's name, it would be extremely difficult to file a complaint against them. But if the deputy were to be required to identify himself upon the demand of a citizen, then the advantages of working undercover are dissolved. This is yet another component of the American policing system that requires very complex solutions that consider both the legal and ethical implications of either side. The courts often lose sight of how their rulings translate practically into the real world, but finding a legal solution that properly maintains a balance between protecting the assets of the state and offering the public the level of transparency they deserve is a difficult task. Nonetheless, there is no doubt that there were less hostile and intrusive ways to approach this situation, and regardless of whether they were working undercover, the Pinellas County Sheriff's deputies could have been more cordial and respectful while maintaining the integrity of their identities and investigation. Mr. McClinnis gets an A- for exercising his rights peacefully and respectfully, remaining calm and collected throughout the encounter, and following up this interaction with the proper channel of complaint. Mr. McClinnis has been recording police for over 10 years, and it is citizens like him who have laid the foundation for what the auditing community has become today. Of course, there are a litany of other factors that have also contributed to the evolution of First Amendment auditing, but it was individuals like Tom Zebra and Mr. McClinnis who ushered in a new form of citizen journalism and found a home on YouTube. While it is clear that Mr. McClinnis has a thorough understanding of his constitutional rights, he unintentionally offered the deputies an opportunity to argue that he was committing a civil infraction by walking in the middle of the street. Whether or not Mr. McClinnis actually committed this violation is for a court to decide, but Mr. McClinnis could have filmed the deputies from the opposite side of the street and likely rendered the very same interaction without being accused of committing an infraction. I commend Mr. McClinnis for remaining professional throughout the interaction and for his many contributions to exposing police misconduct over the years. I highly recommend giving your support to Mr. McClinnis' channel, and be sure to let him know that I sent you. You can find a link in the description below. Let us know if there is an interaction or legal topic you would like us to discuss in the comments below. Thank you for watching, and don't forget to check out the ATA Patreon page for more police interaction content. Welcome to Audit the Audit, where we sort out the who and what and the right and wrong of police interactions. This episode covers personal property, false 911 calls, and hate crimes, and is brought to us by both Police Activities Channel and Cleveland.com's channel. Be sure to check out the description below and give them the credit that they deserve. In the spring of 2016, 41-year-old United Arab Emirates citizen Ahmed Al-Manali and his wife temporarily moved to the United States while Mr. Al-Manali underwent medical treatment at the Cleveland Clinic in Ohio. On June 29, 2016, Mr. Al-Manali traveled to the Fairfield Inn and Suites in the nearby town of Avon to seek accommodations, but was informed that they were fully booked due to the Republican National Convention taking place in Cleveland at the time. Mr. Al-Manali asked the attendants at the front desk for recommendations for hotels that may have vacancy, and the attendants told him to wait in the lobby while they print a list of hotels that he can call. As Mr. Al-Manali took a seat in the lobby, the Avon Police Department received a phone call from one of the attendants' sister.
Avon Police Sergeant Ruppel.
Hi, my sister works at the Fairfield Inn on Colorado Avenue in Avon. She is a desk worker.
Okay.
There is a male in a full headdress with multiple disposable phones pledging his, pledging his allegiance or something to ISIS.
Okay.
He is very panicky.
The attendant's father also called and verified everything that the previous caller had reported.
She said she's in the back. I have the text. She said she's terrified. So please.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Avon officers arrive on the scene minutes later and detain Mr. Al-Manali at gunpoint. Once the officers place Mr. Al-Manali into handcuffs, they begin searching his pockets.
She said she's by herself.
Not good this. I'm tourist and this is good, not good.
Yeah, it's not good. It's right.
Make a sweep this place.
I don't know. He's got it.
She said she came by her. She said he's by himself. Anybody else? She said he's by himself.
This guy down. Make sure he's got nothing on. We look. Relax. We look good. Relax.
Embassy.
Lift your other leg up.
Says he worked for the embassy.
That's nice. Lift your leg up.
Broken my telephone also.
Yeah, so you broke
Yes.
my nail.
During the search, one of the officers tosses Mr. Al-Manali's phone, and in later footage, it appears that the phone was broken. It is widely accepted that police officers can cause reasonable and necessary damage to an individual's personal property during a search based on a warrant. For example, in the 1979 case of Dahlia versus United States, the Supreme Court held that, quote, "It is generally left to the discretion of the executing officers to determine the details of how best to proceed with the performance of a search authorized by warrant, subject, of course, to the general Fourth Amendment protection against unreasonable searches and seizures. Officers executing search warrants on occasion must damage property in order to perform their duty." However, in the 1998 case of United States versus Ramirez, the Supreme Court clarified that, quote, "Excessive or unnecessary destruction of property in the course of a search may violate the Fourth Amendment, even though the entry itself is lawful and the fruits of the search are not subject to suppression." The Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals applied the holdings in these two cases in the 2020 case of Cybernet LLC versus David, stating that, quote, "During the course of a search, incidental damage to property may occur. This is not at all to suggest that officers may ransack premises at will. Whether property damage is constitutionally excessive is most comfortably assessed under a standard of objective reasonableness. Thus, we hold that an officer's conduct does not violate the Fourth Amendment if the destruction of property is, as an objective matter, reasonably necessary to execute a lawful search warrant. Courts have generally also concluded that probable cause to search justifies the reasonable and necessary destruction of property, as the Eighth Circuit Court of Appeals determined in the 2008 case of U.S. versus Santana Aguirre, holding that, quote, "Consensual searches generally cannot be destructive. Cutting or destroying an object during a search requires either explicit consent for the destructive search or articulable suspicion that supports a finding that probable cause exists to do the destructive search." While the federal circuits do not agree on whether a general consent to a search includes consent to damage personal property as part of the search, even the circuits that allow damage to an individual's personal property during a consensual search agree that the damage must be reasonable and related to the search. Because there is no reasonable basis for which the officer needed to throw Mr. Al-Manali's phone as part of the search, a court would likely find that its destruction was a violation of the Fourth Amendment. As Mr. Al-Manali is searched, one of the officers enters the hotel to speak to the staff members who prompted the 911 call.
Somewhere in Avon or Elyria, he wanted a month's stay. He was leaving July 13th to the 14th. Around there, and I tried to help him as much as possible. Everywhere said that they were booked and they couldn't help him. I told him, and then he wanted to sit in our lobby. He didn't want to leave.
So you said you guys were booked?
Yeah, we said we were booked.
Okay.
And everywhere he called is booked too. It's summer, people are
Sure,
traveling.
absolutely.
So, I mean, that's what he had two phones. He was searching the internet on one phone, making calls on a disposable phone. That's really all that I know. It just freaks me out because of everything.
He didn't say anything else?
No, it's